Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Excuse me. Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please. I ain't gonna lie. It's a comment that was underneath one of my videos, and it said, "Stay in school, kids." I don't know if I mentioned this before on the show, but it's been on my mind. I'm like, what did this guy mean? Well, I am in school. We all still learning. And one thing I realize is, like, no matter how much you know, like, somebody knows more. And no matter how much you know, somebody's gonna think you're an idiot. It's crazy. I guess you can't please everyone. Anyways, the name of the show today, is that on the screen? The name of the show today is Europe Needs Gas. We're going to get into that in a minute. Oh, the thing is always, where do we begin? You know, I kind of like the way I do the show, the format of the show, as far as like kind of random. You know, the show is random like the internet. You know, I always have a good idea what I'm gonna cover, but what order I'm gonna cover, what I'm gonna actually focus on, what I'm gonna get to, what's gonna pop up, what I'm gonna research, I don't know. And I like it that way. I like it that way. It is what it is, y'all. If you've been watching this show for a while, then you know what you're gonna get because we kind of go at this the same way every time. So you know what you're gonna get, then too you don't know what you're gonna get because I don't even know what you're gonna get. Anyways, I feel good. I feel good, man. I was sick the last couple of weeks and I'm finally feeling better, man. I'm very, very thankful for that. Very thankful for that. Where do we start? That is always the question. don't like to jump into the heavy stuff right away because I like to give people time to get into the show. So let's start off soft. Let's start off soft. Check this one out. It says, the price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. You know, and I don't know that much. I can't vouch that much for Plato's philosophy because some of that stuff isn't all that good, I would say. You know, hey, take it or leave it, love it or leave it. But at the same time, I like this right here. The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. It's like most people just want to go along their life, you know, and take care of their family, you know. Most people don't really just want to be involved in all of the, you know, drama, world drama and stuff like that. And I don't blame them. And that's okay. But what sucks is that, you know, you have a lot of good people out there who are just trying to, you know, be good people. And then you got evil people who want to, you know, rule the world and destroy things, you know. And those people who want to destroy things just tend to have more ambition, if you will. So, you know, they tend to be the ones that run the show. And it's really, really sad. So every now and then, some of the good people out there are going to have to, you know, look up and have a little ambition and push against those evil men, because that's what leads the world down the road that we're in right now. Ruled by evil men. It's time for a revolution. If you ask me. Amnesty International, Amnesty International. It says, seeking asylum is a human right. Asylum seekers should be welcomed with respect, dignity, and compassion, not be turned away without cause. It says, email your representative to help protect asylum seekers. U.S. leaders are making it more difficult and more dangerous for asylum seekers fleeing violence and dire circumstances. It says, we won't turn our backs on families at the border. It takes 1 minute to email your local leaders. Choose welcome. So let's go into this because, do I have it in here? We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to that. And we're going to come back to all of that. Texas passed some laws, some immigration laws recently. Well, let's go to that. Not a bad place to start. Let's go. Am I hooked up to? Nope.
3 controversial immigration bills are moving forward after a long and contentious debate over in the Texas House. Emotions running high, especially after one Democratic lawmaker from Houston shared a very heated and emotional response face-to-face with Republican lawmakers. ABC 13's race and culture reporter Rosie Wynn has the details about this legislation.
Representative Armando Wally says things got personal for him last night. He says he was thinking about his family, his friends, his community members when these immigration bills were being debated. After one of his Republican colleagues put an abrupt end to that discussion, Wally confronted him in an exchange that's been captured in a video now making its rounds on social media.
It hurts us to our core. And y'all don't understand that. Y'all don't live in our skin.
Emotional words coming from Houston Representative Armando Wally to Republican lawmakers. This came yesterday evening, shortly after Representative Cody Harris of Palestine made a motion to block new amendments to House Bill 4, a rare move used to end a debate early.
I don't regret it. It's something that I felt passionate that needed to be said, because sometimes folks don't understand the plight of folks that look like me.
House Bill 4 is perhaps the most controversial of the 3 immigration bills being considered in the Texas special session. It would allow local and state police to arrest migrants they suspect are entering the country unlawfully, take them back to ports of entry, and order them to leave. Advocates say the bill could also be in conflict with federal law, which says that immigration enforcement is the U.S. government's job, not the states. Republicans say their bill would allow state police to work alongside the feds, not as a hindrance.
State laws are preempted when they conflict with federal law, including when they stand as an obstacle to the accomplishment and execution of the full purposes and objectives of Congress. House Bill 4 goes to great lengths to avoid that.
As far as the other 2 bills, HB 6 would set aside $1.5 billion for additional border wall construction. SB 4 would enhance the penalty for anyone convicted of human smuggling. Opponents worry the definition of human smuggling is vague and could be used to criminalize people who are simply giving a family or friend a ride who may be undocumented.
So if Armando Wally, a U.S. citizen, is with my cousin or my niece or nephew that may or may not be documented or not, I get charged with human smuggling, right? Because they're in my vehicle.
We reached out to about 24 Republican lawmakers who were co-authors of these bills. None of them responded or accepted our request for an interview. Representative Wally says he expects these bills to pass the Senate and ultimately become Texas law. Reporting from downtown Houston, Rosie Wynn, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
That looks like Stewmont Park, where she is. I'm gonna go on the limb and say that that's what that is. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me. What do y'all think about this? You know, is Texas overstepping their bounds with this? You know, immigration should be handled federally, right? I'm willing to bet that this one is going to get pushed back, and it may end up in the Supreme Court. Given the makeup of the Supreme Court, though, I think that they will back them up with this. But I don't know that this is actually constitutional, though. For Texas to kind of like step in front of the government, the federal government, and make moves, you know, around the federal government, you know. And I think that that's what this particular bill is trying to do here. Let's read some comments. It says, it's about time our representatives are doing something to protect us. Another one that says, good job. Another one that says, it's simple. If you're not a citizen, then don't come here. And if you do, then come legally. You know, my argument with the part about them saying come legally, and that's fine, you know, follow the law, okay? But why is it that it's so full of like red tape and, you know, it's expensive and it takes so long, you know? Why is it set up in that way, you know? I would say that the way the system is set up, it incentivizes people to do things illegally, okay? And as far as seeking asylum, that is something that's different. Like, I think that people get mixed up when it's like someone who's trying to get a green card or whatever, trying to become a citizen or whatever. Like, that's not the same thing as seeking asylum, you know? Seeking asylum is not saying I want to be a citizen or whatever. It's saying that I'm trying to escape some kind of persecution, you know? That could be only for a certain amount of time, you know? I think that people get in those two mixed up. Let's read another comment that says, God bless Texas. Another one that says, Armando wants everyone that looks like him to get a pass and come on in. I don't think so. And what he was saying about the law being vague, and that's what sucks about them writing these laws like this. You know, anyone can end up being human trafficking. Like they have this thing that they're passing too, related to women trying to get on the highway, you know, to go to another state to do an abortion or something like that. Who's to say that this particular law right here won't even be impacted or affect that kind of situation too? Because they just said human trafficking, you know. I think that, you know, that could be something too. So whenever you do those laws vague like that, it leaves it open for interpretation, and it can be interpreted any kind of way that they want to interpret it. And that's the reason why they write them laws vague like that. You know, whenever it's a law that's trying to be, you know, it's trying to have an intended effect. The intended effect is to like really scare the shit out of everyone, you know. Like regular folks, not even illegals, you know, regular folks are going to be scared as hell. They're going to get cases on them for just doing regular stuff. Another comment says, as a Democrat, I support this. Another one says, it's about time. Another one that says, as an immigrant, I struggled, but I worked on houses, painted them, fixed plumbing, then bought my first house. Then I did it again and again. Hard work. I refuse to state what race I am or where I am from. It does not define me. I'm an American man. That's it. I worked hard when I arrived in these shores. Now I'm a landlord. After 12 years of hard work, I am no longer have to work hard. I use my youth to give me comfort as I age. Keep America great and stop voting Democrat. That's for fools and weak people. This comment, I mean, you know, the American dream or whatever, but what side is he on? He says, as an immigrant, I struggled. So, but look, did you come legally or did you come illegally? You're being vague there. Another comment that says, Mexico literally has the same bill. Why does no one complain on them? Another comment says, Texas for 2024. What the hell does that mean? God. Texas isn't running for, it's a state. It can't run for, oh my God. Another comment says, Texas independence. Another one says, timestamp 117, you need to be in prison. RICO charges, human trafficking. Another comment says, it's pretty simple. Don't enter another country illegally. If you have money to pay smugglers, you have money to apply for the proper visas and work the process. Okay. Another comment says, it's a damn shame how much resources and help immigrants get before Americans. They don't care about learning English and laugh when they say, me speak no English. Another comment says, now estimate how many of those arrests will be citizens as well, which they call a mistake and oversight, etc. See, that's what I'm saying. And that's what's going to happen. And that's what the intended effect of this is. Another comment says, America needs to look out for Americans. Prices are too high. What the hell does that have to do with immigration? Another comment says, we'll see how long this law lasts. That's what I think. It's going to have trouble. Another one that says, wonder how much the cartels are paying this guy. Everybody's on the cartel's payroll, I guess, huh? Another one, it says, oh no. And if anyone tries to reply with anti-immigration and racist rhetoric, they will be ignored and blocked. Texas was Mexico, somebody says. Another one says, if this man has more compassion for criminal invaders than Americans, then he should move south of the border and work for the government instead of a double agent in our government. Let me see. Let's go to this post right here. What did you do? I'm busy. I'm sorry. check this out right here. It says Texas House. Okay, am I sharing this? And can y'all hear me? What the fuck? Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Give me a second. You're getting on my nerves. You can hear what? Oh, that's probably why I couldn't hear if I was hearing. Play the. Okay, you should be able to hear. Yes. And can y'all hear me? Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulty. Okay. God, I apologize. Distractions and technical difficulties. Let me do this. I was trying to get to this. I apologize, y'all. Coming back. All right. House bill. It says Texas House okays bill allowing police to deport undocumented migrants. This is Houston Chronicle. It says Texas House Republicans passed a bill that would allow police officers anywhere in the state to remove migrants who lack legal immigrant status with stiff penalties for those who refuse to leave. The proposal, which cleared the chamber early Thursday, have several hours of fierce objections from Democrats, is the latest escalation in Texas' effort to crack down on immigration across its 1,254-mile border with Mexico, an area normally left to the federal government. State Representative David Spiller, the Jacksboro Republican who authored the measure, called it a humane, logical, and efficient approach to a problem created and fostered by the Biden administration, prohibitive failure, and refusal to secure our border. Under the bill, officers will be able to charge anyone who unlawfully enters or tries to enter Texas from Mexico with a misdemeanor punishable by up to 6 months in jail. In lieu of arrest, police could opt to drop migrants off at a ports of entry and order their return back across the border. So, what's up, Pat?
What's up?
Man, my shit sounds weird. My mic is acting.
Uh-oh.
You can hear me, right?
You said I sound weird?
No, I sound weird. Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm hearing you kind of sounding broke up a little bit.
Damn it.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if it's my connection or what.
It's not you, it's me. It's my mic, I can tell. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I think that's it. Say something.
something.
Yeah. There we go. Good. Probably losing the whole ass crowd with my fucking technical difficulties. Anyways, the immigration
What's
thing.
popping, man?
Yeah, same old, same old. How you feeling?
What's, I'm doing good, man. Just in the neighborhood, decided to drop by.
Well, I'm happy you was able to drop in, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what do you think
It's
about
been a
this?
minute.
So, the Texas laws that they passed. Had you heard about them?
Um, a little bit. I hadn't really got into it in detail, but I kind of somewhat I heard a little bit about them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the one I was just reading about was hold on, let me look at it again. This one, it says
I
officers
mean,
will be able to charge anyone who unlawfully enters or tries to enter Texas from Mexico with a misdemeanor punishable by up to 6 months in jail. In lieu of arrest, police could opt to drop migrants off at posts of entry and order their return back across the border.
yeah,
That's just one of them, though.
yeah,
They passed three.
yeah.
Go
Because I
ahead.
mean, I think most of it is really just more so because it's more so a deterrent, trying to send a deterrence more than like actually wanting to arrest these people. And plus, it's like there's so many people that's come through that's not even like they're not even like North American or South American immigrants. These like a lot of them they've said that are coming from other parts of the world, other continents and all. So it's like to what end, are we gonna do this without any, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I mean, of course, we know that we need immigration. Like, we need people to come here, but at the same time, to what detriment of the people? Like, with no kind of records being shown, just come on, just come on. I don't. It don't matter who you are and where you come from, and like none of that matters. Even though there's wars going on and people upset with America and who knows wants to don't like the way of our the way of life, and we're just gonna subject ourselves to the whims of the world. I don't think that's smart.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that. Is this a video? Is this the same video I
Is it
played?
more complicated than that?
Let's read this.
You heard me say, is it more
Yeah.
complicated than that?
Let me read this. It says Texas House passed. Yes, it is. It definitely is. Let me read this. It says Texas House passes three controversial immigration bills following heated debate. I wonder if this is the same one I covered. What the hell? Some pop up says Austin, Texas, a long and contentious debate at the Texas state legislature that ran from Wednesday to Thursday ended with the House passing three controversial immigration bills. Emotions ran high through the day, significantly when Representative Armando Well, Democrat Houston, heatedly responded during a face-to-face confrontation with Republican lawmakers. This came shortly after Representative Cody Harris, Republican Palestine, made a motion to block new amendments to House Bill 4, a rare move used to end the debate early. Yeah, I think this is the same video. Yeah, it's the same as the video I just played, so I don't want to read this. It's gonna say the same stuff. I do have another video though. Let me go to it. It's Democracy Now was talking about this, and we can play it, and I can stop it, and you can make comments about it as we go.
Okay.
So let me make sure I'm sharing. Give me a second. We got to start getting into the groove here because I'm feeling like I'm off track right now. So Juan Gonzalez, U.S. economic warfare targeting Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua fuels migrant crisis. So yeah, like you were saying, a lot of these people are coming from other places, and now a lot of them are coming from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, as opposed to like you know other Central American places. Mexico and so forth and so on. Let me play some of this.
Now.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with a new report on how U.S. policy toward Latin America has fueled historic numbers of asylum seekers. This past weekend, Mexican President AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, hosted a summit on how to address the steep rise in migration from Latin America to the United States. Participants included Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Honduran President Xiomara Castro, Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry, and Colombian President Gustavo Petro. After the meeting, AMLO said he would ask President Biden to open a dialogue with Cuba and called for an end to the U.S. economic embargo of Cuba. Juan, you have this new report out. The current migrant crisis, how U.S. policy toward Latin America has fueled historic numbers of asylum seekers. The report published by the Great Cities Institute, where you are in Chicago, where you're also a fellow. Can you lay out what you found?
So yeah, there goes a complication. It says how U.S. policy toward Latin America has fueled historic numbers of asylum seekers. So on one hand,
what policy would it?
Well, they're going to talk about it in the video. But on one hand, when you're like, when people are like, these people are coming here and they're criminals, and we have to have borders for a reason, and all of that is fine or whatever. But on the other hand, we got to face the reality of what we're doing to create this situation. You get what I'm saying?
No, I totally get that. But the whole thing is that the policy that they have is catch and release. It doesn't matter where they're from when they have a policy like that, because you can be from it doesn't matter, Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You can be from anywhere in the world. If you make it to the border, the U.S. side of the border, they catch you, they do whatever kind of examination, try to figure out who you are, whatever, but they still gotta let you go, which is not what is normally done. If you don't have the correct paperwork and this, that, blah, 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 they can send you back. And that's, regardless of where these people are from. So that's where the problem really lies, is that, the policy on this end of the catch and release is not changing anything. We just there's just more and more people that's piling up, and then, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of children that's gone missing because of a lot of this. Like, people are not really seeing that side. It's almost like, okay, like if anybody says anything about it, it's just, oh, you hate immigrants. But no, like, this causes a problem where, like, there's children coming across the border with people who they have no idea who it is. All they know is that, look, they want a meal, they want to, be somewhere, what I'm saying? Like, they're not trying to do this travel again that they just went through. It's not, and from what I understand, it's not a nice trip. So we just have to really kind of look at, if it's men, women, and children, what I'm saying, for the most part, like, we more so worried about the women and the children being okay. I mean, of course, the men, of course, as well, but we're seeing an influx of mostly men coming of military age, and there's wars going on all around the world. Like, these are concerns that people are having, that we're just allowing any and everybody to come in, and we're just, like, we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if we really want to look at this and deal with this situation, then we need to look at the root causes. You know,
Yeah,
we can't be pointing at the symptoms and acting like,
but
you know,
but if you're an asylum seeker, you would be one of those that they would allow in. Like if you truly are an asylum seeker, there's a bunch of them. Like right now, probably 90% of the people that has come are not true asylum seekers. They're just using that as an excuse because they know that they had because of the policy that's allowing them to be caught and released. That it doesn't matter what they really where they really come from or if they
that's not
qualify.
true. The Texas has just passed these laws who's just like drop them off at ports, like, you know, catch them and drop them off at ports and send them back and all of that. Like they're
That's
superseding the
that's
federal government.
that just happened this week. I'm talking about for the last 3 years, 2.5 years. Like this is something that we've been dealing with for. This is not a new issue. The catch and release has been happening since Biden has been in office.
Let me play some of this right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key aspect of the report is that we've had a lot of attention in the past couple of years to the historic surge in migration across the border. But there have been few media accounts that have examined the direct responsibility of our federal government in fueling this current crisis through its foreign policy. And also those narratives in the media have largely failed to acknowledge the long history of U.S. intervention and wealth extraction in the region and the decades of neglect of Latin America by all administrations, Democratic and Republican, of the last 60 years. And so one of the most interesting things is that the report outlines the evidence that it's U.S. economic warfare against three specific countries, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, that is a significant cause of the latest migration surge. For instance, the migrant flow to the United States has changed dramatically. A few years ago, during the Obama administration and the Trump administrations, we were talking largely about of migrants from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. That has changed almost completely. Venezuelans, for instance, back in 2020, there were only 4,500 Venezuelans that were apprehended at the southern border. That's less than 3 years ago. Now we're up to 265,000 in the first 11 months of this past fiscal year, FY 2023. The same thing for Nicaraguans. A couple of years ago, it was 3,100 that were encountered at the border. This last 11 months of this past fiscal year, 131,000. And of course, Cubans. 14,000 Cubans were apprehended at the border in 2020, 184,000 in 2023. And we're seeing this enormous increase from these three countries. What do all these three countries have in common? They are all being subjected to United States sanctions, economic warfare.
So the influx of the immigrants coming from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua is what he's saying as a result of these economic sanctions on these countries. You know, people, they always want to use Venezuela as an example, like saying that, Venezuela, they can't seem to get their shit together. They got out of control inflation, and and they want to blame it on communism and socialism or whatever. But I remember, when we had all of the Valeros here, and that was Venezuelan fuel being sold here in the United States, and then the United States freaking brought that to an end and confiscated all of their stuff, and made it so where they couldn't sell any more gas here in the United States. And so when people want to say that it's Venezuela, they can't seem to get their stuff together, they seem to leave out the fact of how, the policies that the United States have been implementing is impacting the people in Venezuela.
Well, no, because I mean, I'm honestly, I mean, when we're talking about other Americans, from Central to South America, I really I understand. The problem is that, because and then most people, that really understand what's going on are not necessarily throwing a fit about them, because they know, we know what's going on with that. But like I said, I mean, catch and release is just not a good policy to have, especially when, okay, there's supposedly, because I'm, like I said, I question all of the things that they're saying that's happening across the world, but there's supposedly terrorist activity going on in different parts of the world, and because of who we support and why we support them, we are at risk. So we can't just allow a policy catch and release to continue happening, because it doesn't matter where you're from. You're still going to get let in. And he mentioned a few 100,000 people, but that's 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 like a small amount at this point. Like, there's people coming every day in bulks, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's hundreds and thousands or whatever different days throughout the week. So the main concern is more so because, I mean, these people would be able to get asylum because of who they are and where they're from. There's others that would not. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to have a true plan on who's coming in, who we're allowing to come in, because we know that these South Americans are true asylum seekers. They would be let in.
But that's not what's really happening, though.
No, the law just changed this week. So they made law, because what's been happening before now it's been just chaos. Like, they can stop you, they can stop them and try to check them, and some of them are even as soon as they get here, they're checking in and say, hey, here, look, they're saying that, okay, here I go, for a bunch of them. But at the same time, they couldn't do anything with them anyway because of the policy, and they would be the Border Patrol would be in trouble if they do anything other than what the policy is, and which is to catch them, ask them questions, whatever, but you got to let them go.
Let me play some more of this.
It is reduced and really crippled the economies of these countries. Venezuela, for instance, between 2017 and 2020, lost about between 17 and 31 billion dollars in oil revenues because as a result of U.S. sanctions. Now, we're just hearing this past weekend, after our report came out, that the United States is beginning to temporarily limit the sanctions. It's allowing Venezuela for the first time now in several years to sell oil back into the United States. But the sanctions have inflicted enormous harm on the Venezuelans. And the other interesting thing to note is all the media attention has been focused on the Venezuelan migrants. Almost as many Cubans have entered the United States in the last 2 years as the number of Venezuelans who have entered the United States. And in fact, the flow of people from Cuba in the past 2 years has been greater than any time in history. More Cubans have come to the United States in the past 2 years than did after the Cuban Revolution in 1959, than did during the Mariel boat lift of 1980, than did during the Bacero crisis of 1994. This has been the largest flight of Cubans into the United States in history. The difference is that most of the Cubans are settling in Florida, where there is already a large Cuban American community that is helping them to integrate into U.S. society. So it's not gotten as much national attention. But there is an enormous problem in the Cuban migration as well that the United States is confronting. So I think that's one of the interesting things. All of this surge is a direct result of our government's economic warfare against particular countries. So I think one of the things that the report urges is that the Cuba embargo has to end, the Venezuela sanctions have to end, and the Nicaragua sanctions have to end if the flow of migrants from these countries is going to be reduced.
So then, you saying about the catch and release, that's fine. But if the United States really wants to, curb the amount of people that are coming here from these particular countries, then lifting the sanctions on these countries will go a long way to doing that. You know what I'm saying? But that's not in
Well,
the
yeah.
discourse.
Well, and see, my thing is, it's like, I mean, look, I don't think that we have any sovereignty above anybody else's, and those people, they need to be able to make money, with their natural resources, just like we should be able to do the same. And because I don't agree with all of the sanctions and all that's going on, because but I know that from a military perspective, the reason why they're doing it, I get it, because they're making deals with China, they're making deals with Russia, like people who are somewhat detrimental to the growth of the United States. So I mean, I understand why they're doing it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but like all of that is stuff from a those decisions that they're making is mainly from a military perspective. So I don't know. I mean, but like I said, overall, like I said, I mean, I'm still going to stress the point that the people that's coming from South America, especially if they can prove that's where they're from, they're gonna get asylum. It's the other ones that I think Texas is becoming more and more cautious about, because like like I said, there's a lot of things rising up that they know that they done messed up in different places of the world, and there's other people who are way more serious about trying to you know
I
get
don't think Texas is doing a good job in making difference between a migrant from Venezuela versus a migrant from wherever. You know what I'm
from
saying?
China or from Africa or from the Middle East, whatever
They don't care.
They
I don't
do.
think that they.
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why they decided to make legislation themselves than to wait for an executive move on the in the federal government. So, I mean, there's rights that we have as you know
But
Texans or
I don't think that that's constitutional, because those powers are supposed to be left to the federal government, not the states.
is it?
Yeah, dealing with immigration, dealing with asylum, that's a federal thing.
Well, I mean, Texas is not, a small, chump on the block. At some point, like yeah, we do have the right to make decisions like that, and obviously they proved it with what they're doing. Because I mean, yes, because they rather not have to make laws like this and have the support of the federal government, and because this means that they will have to do all these things with their own funding. Where this is something that should be more of a dealt with on a national scale, because it's like I said, this is dealing with the protection of this country, the 48 states. But I mean, hey, I think that because like I said, I'm not sure what those other two laws are, but based on the things that I was hearing, uh, this is more so to protect the people, and they have more right to go through, or this is just giving some more funding, because based on the policy that's in place, that's how much funding that they'll be able to get to have their agents that's on the ground to be able to do what's necessary to make this country, or at least the state, safe. Because I'm sure like Nevada and Um, New Mexico, well, I don't know how much of New Mexico, but California, like they'll have to make decisions too on how they'll handle the influx because I'm sure like with Texas making a big step because mostly a lot of it coming through Texas, them changing their policy on how they're doing how they deal with it, there'll be more of an influx going to the other states and we'll probably hear from them in a couple of weeks because of the moves that Texas made. So
I want to play a little bit more of this, but I'm gonna segue into the next thing I want to talk about because it's really about economics. It's really about what the United States wants to do economically, like how they control what's going on, especially related to oil and gas and so forth and so on. You know what I mean? Trade
no, oh,
and
it has.
and that's really what it's about. And
It really is.
they pretend that it's about immigration or it's about asylum, but that is just like the cover for what the ambitions of the United States, the hegemony of the United States.
Yeah, I don't think it's just like some made up thing about immigration because it does play a big part in it, but overall it does boil down to the money, what it's been costing and what it can cost over time. So, if we make certain agreements on the state level, like that's gonna hit the people of Texas more than it will the rest of the country. And that's why, there's a lot of, you know, representatives that are angry that we're not getting the support that we should.
Well, what I'm talking about is the United States bullying these other countries related to economics. You know what I mean? One to
Oh
be
yeah.
dominant when it comes to basically every sector, and then that's damaging these economies of these countries, and then these people are running from the countries into the United States, causing the immigration, and then that's it's like a dog chasing his tail. Like they're not, they don't want to fix this problem. Like they created it.
No, well, no, because see, I think that one of the things that I think me and you've maybe discussed a few times is like the overall agenda that they have going into the future has something to do with how what they're playing with what's going on now. Because there's countries that we say are our enemies, but they show more of a presence around the world of being somewhat helpful to these other countries. So, like if they seem to have any kind of like let's say Venezuela or any of these South American countries show any kind of remorse or the ability to do business with some of these countries, let's just give China or Russia for example, like these countries are become a problem. But yes, it has been inflicted already because of you know the relationship between United States on the northern portion of America with Central and South America. Like they've already caused a problem made a need that allows these other countries to come in and be able to be somewhat of a savior for them. So we have to a lot of these things do have to be looked at and be considered of like why when we're getting down to the root of why we're dealing with a lot of these things and which resulted in the sanctions that they're going through now or have been going through for some time now. All of it goes together, so I'm no fool when it comes to when it comes to all of that because it all plays into one thing. And like shit, honestly, like some of these people really want to just see those people die. Or what I'm saying, they could care less if they exist. So if they, fall apart and they get raped, they get killed or whatever. And that's where a lot of the Texans are like, hey, look, we ain't like this is not our agenda. This is not what we looking for. And y'all need to do something to change a lot of this so that, we don't have to have this influx. And then, they're trying to protect Texans. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a certain job that the U.S. government seems to be overlooking because there's more of a direct thing that they're trying to deal with, and that's still the protection of Texas.
Let
So
me play some more.
it's a tough deal. It's a tough thing to kind of deal with. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Right.
The other thing that the report shows is the historic neglect of the United States to Latin America and the Caribbean. This past year, the United States gave total foreign aid to all of Latin America and the Caribbean of $3 billion. $3 billion compared to the 113 billion that went to Ukraine, or as much money went to in foreign aid to Latin America, which has 650 million people, as went to Israel. Israel had about 3.8 billion in aid. Of course, it's about to get a lot more. So the inequities in the U.S. foreign aid are not helping to lift Latin America. Creating the sanctions are reducing the ability of people to survive in the region, and then we're surprised by all these people appearing at the border. And so I think
the thing when they talk about the aid is kind of backwards. It's like, okay, so we put sanctions on these countries and make it hard for them or whatever to make money on their own, and then we want to give them aid, like little drops in the bucket, to be like, okay, yeah, we see you guys suffering, so we're gonna give y'all some money. But wait, if you just lift the sanctions and then we could just take care of ourselves, we don't need your damn aid. It's just another way that they do this good cop, bad cop thing, left hand behind my back type of thing that the United States likes to do.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, but I mean that's not something new. I mean, a lot of people understand that, like, there's certain parts of our government that, you know, they want war. Number one, that, you know, because, you know, that's one of the ways that they make money. They're able to, you know, pillage and, you know, do different things across the world that they wouldn't if it wasn't some form of disarray happening somewhere. So they create these different scenarios because, like I said, I mean, the immigration problem wasn't a problem until recent. And then, you know, even though a lot of those things was happening before, like some of these issues that was happening before, but there still was no, like, people, you know, coming in the way that they're doing now. And there's a lot of the story that they're leaving out because they know if they can't really talk about everything in detail because they're not supposed to make you aware of all of the things. It's supposed to be just surface things that they talk about, you know, with, you know, here in public. So I mean, it's way deeper than what they're saying, or even, you know, like how deep can we get into it? But there's a way more to the story, and like the sanctions, like I said, I mean, if you want to get down to the root and why those different things are happening, is because of the same type of thing. Like they've been robbing everything. Like shit.
Yeah. Let me play some more.
The main lesson that we have to learn. And also, of course, President Biden now is urging about $14 billion in his new package that he's proposed to Congress for border security. Here's one interesting fact most people are not aware of. The Migration Policy Institute reported this some time back. The United States spent $333 billion between 2003, when the Department of Homeland Security was created, and 2021 for agencies that carry out immigration enforcement. I'm going to repeat that, $333 billion for immigration enforcement and for ICE and Border Patrol and fences. And what do we have? The highest level of migrant crossings in history are occurring right now. All that money did nothing to slow the migrant flow. So obviously, it's sort of like money for prisons. It's wasted money.
Yeah,
so it's the same budget that they've been having, but because of the like what I was mentioning before, because of the policy that the catch and release, that's the difference. Like the same money is there. It's just the fact that the agents can only do what they're ordered to do. the chief of like the, we talking about the military, the head, the president of the United States say, look, no, when they come, nah, don't detain them, don't put them in jail, don't do none of this stuff that they probably would have done before, which inspires more people to cross. So, and that's not, not just Central and Southern Americans. Like this is anybody that's coming. So like that's the part that I think people are leaving out is the fact that okay, it's the same budget. Nothing changed with the budget. You keep paying everybody, but you just can't do. You can't. You know. You can't detain them. You can't. Send them back. You can't do this. Like you. You know what I'm saying. We can actually add more money and start sending them to. These sanctuary cities and states or whatever. To we just kind of spread them around. So like
They
it's the
have they
policy.
have they have changed the budget. They've been spending all kinds of more money on it. And then the thing is, like when they say Biden wants open borders or whatever, he's finishing up a section of the wall. Trump's
Is it?
wall. Yeah,
Is it? No, no,
it's
no.
and,
No, 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 no. Hold on. It's not Biden that made the decision. It was Congress that made the decision. The Republican majority decided to finish the wall.
the Trump Biden could have put a stop to that. And not only that, he's asked for more money to help militarize the border even more. Like so them saying that Biden wants a open border is just not true. You know what I'm saying? He's finishing what Trump was doing, and he's sending troops and more militarizing the border, like sending all kinds of money down there. It's like
Well, no, I mean, did you hear that actually Mexico has taken part in closing the border up?
no, I haven't
Yeah,
heard that.
it's bro, it's it's not Biden because I mean, if there's any sign of him giving more money, it's just really just so people will be like, okay, shut the hell, more so because he want them to shut the hell up and just let things just be. Like, and then like we're talking about like almost 3 years in him being in office before he says or tries to realize there's a problem. Like he's been ignoring it on purpose. Like this is really things I think to weaken our own country and purposely. Like I don't like there's really anybody who has a military mind. If you don't even have to be a brilliant military mind to realize that the actions that's been going on is not good ones.
Let me read a couple of comments underneath the Houston Chronicle post about Texas House OK's bill allowing police to deport undocumented migrants. This comment, it says, my question is, how is law enforcement going to determine the difference between an illegal immigrant and a Hispanic U.S. citizen? Both have the same color skin. Does the Hispanic U.S. citizen or other minorities will be forced to carry around their birth certificate or certificate of naturalization?
Stop it.
Does any U.S. citizen currently do that?
Man, stop it. Like, yeah, there's an easy way to tell. You got a ID, you got a driver's license.
Let me read another one. It says, I'm all for going through the legal channels. We have to be realistic. We can't take care of everyone. Another comment, it says, I cannot believe the inhumane treatment of people trying to have a better life.
Man, stop it.
Another comment, it says, who are you people? We have no clue who's coming in. Do you realize we are paying for all of these people? What happened to legal immigration? No other country in the world has an open border.
Nowhere. And then the thing about it too, America's been giving aid to other countries that allows them to have borders for their country, but we don't for our own. And that's where I think that, like, especially with the monies that's been spent in Ukraine, and probably telling how much is going to get spent going into Israel, like this is and really, honestly, a lot of this has to do with like what you were saying earlier. Like this is about money. This is about like who's supporting who, and because like Russia supporting Iran, so it's just regardless of what's going on, America decides well they have to support Israel in this whole ordeal, and it doesn't matter if Israel is right or wrong in this whole thing because it's about the allies, like them, you know when it boils down to the world, because this is like world war strategizing. People say, "Oh, it's such and such and this and that or whatever." No, like these are teams of countries that's come together, and no matter what's going on, a lot of it's going to happen regardless. With the right or wrong thing, is doesn't matter. Like, just get that out of your head that what's right or what's wrong is in their head. It's all about what's going to position these countries for future, if they're going to be able to use the oil in this country for that country, whatever. All of Europe needs oil right now, and how it's being distributed, and especially with America not really being the play, in the position that it was before with oil, it has screwed up everything, a lot of things, and then the sanctions on top of that they've been putting on everybody else because these are military moves. That's all it is to it. They have no feelings when it comes to it. It's all about what's them protecting or them trying to position themselves to be at the head of the decision making worldwide. That's really what it's boiled down to.
Yeah, I want to get into that meat of the show in just a second. Before I do that, let's talk about the main shooting. You heard about that, right?
I did.
So let's look at this right here. It says main shooting suspect Robert Card has reportedly been found deceased of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. According to reports, main shooting suspect Robert Card has been found deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Robert is suspected of killing 18 people and injuring 13 others in a mass shooting at the bowling alley and local bar in Lewiston on Wednesday.
Yeah, because he's a little bitch.
So yeah, so he's apparently it's over. He was at large for like 2 days. Um, one part of that's interesting to me is like him supposedly having mental health issues or whatever. But the laws couldn't catch him for like 2 days. I mean, like the guy couldn't be too crazy to be like not even being found. Like he did the shooting and then basically escaped, and they couldn't, and obviously they didn't even catch him. He had killed himself, and then they found his body.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, maybe all of that stuff is true. I guess, the relevance of that, he's, he's not here anymore. But like the thing that for me, the biggest problem with all of that is, it always brings up, a conversation of, oh, getting rid of guns. And
Yep.
that's never the solution. Like, to me, like more guns, because like if there's more people, if anybody, if there was 1, 2, 5 more people that had guns, people paying attention to what was going on, somebody would have knocked his fucking head off right then and there, like when he was in the building. Like, bruh, like,
But what about him showing signs of mental health issues and still being able to have a gun? Do you think that should be a reason to not have a gun if you're all like, I'm having thoughts or something is in my mind, like I'm hearing whispers telling me to go kill people or whatever. You don't think that's a reason to take his not be able to have a weapon?
is this something that he is saying himself, that he was like where did this come from? That he told somebody he was thinking about, he was
Yeah,
hearing
that
whispers.
he was hearing voices, and to kill people.
Yeah, because I mean, I think it'll be a very dangerous uh precedent to make if somebody else can be like, oh, well, I think he's, something's going on with him, and then, oh, they can decide to go take this man's gun. But if he's making clear signs to somebody, hey, we're having issues, it's like, all right, well, you know what, like he's hearing noises, say things telling him to go kill people or go shoot people up, then like the person that's saying that should be like, all right, well, you know what, let me come get your guns, or let's figure out a way that we can solve this, whether it's bringing the police involved or something. But I think that's it would be really dangerous for just anybody to be able to just say, I don't know, he kind of tripping, and he, I think that he's having some mental issues, and we should maybe go take his guns, because there's no telling what he might do. Like that would be
And
somewhat dangerous.
I would agree with you. So, but I think that people needs to be able to pass a certain. I don't know
But
why I
this man,
can't talk today.
but no, but
But
see, the whole problem with that is that this guy didn't, wasn't having these issues and went and bought a gun. Like this is guns that he already had. So that's why I'm saying the defense is more so is like people that like, the average person should be able or should be more concerned about, because I mean, if there was just more people that would just be more aware of when this guy is coming in the building, like taking, like you start to sense or feel certain things where people could have been like maybe even tackled this dude before he done shot up the place. You know what I'm saying? Like
you can't be on guard 24/7.
I am.
Looking for somebody to do a random ass shooting. You're not going to be realistically. There's no way you can be prepared 24/7 for somebody to decide to just randomly shoot people. Like,
well,
no,
you can be
it's
more
not
on
realistic.
guard. That is, I mean, well, I don't know, maybe not for you, but I mean, I know for me, I'm always watching the door. I'm always watching like the in and out, and like especially if I'm in certain places, like I position myself so that I can be able to see certain things. But that's my mindset. There's a lot of people who going through this world as if there are no dangers, and okay, well, oh, God got me, but I mean, hey, yep, he got you. He's counting. He's allowing you at the end through the pearly gates, because what I'm saying.
So how a person that's militarily trained and in a setting of an active war situation, how do any of those people get shot? You know what I mean? Like those guys are trained, and they have their weapons, and they're actually literally in a war setting, and they get shot. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is just not realistic. It's not. There's no way.
Bro, now because there is, like, I mean, we're talking about a pub or some place where people are going to relax. Okay, my thing is that there should be somebody that, at least somebody that works there, if not just one of the even the patrons that are that, because I mean, like I said, that's how my mind is set up. But even like there should be people that's being careful, or being watchful for people who's coming in and out, so that there's more of a chance for people. Like, this thing happens every so often. But okay, it would be great if the people that was close to him, that was making the way he's telling them, hey, I've been hearing voices, to actually do something instead of just ignoring it and allowing him to, to be able to follow through with what these voices are telling him. Because that's who failed him the most, the people that he said this to, and they did nothing.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, that there should be policies in place to deal with situations like that, to separate people like this
No,
from the
no
West.
policies like what? Because like I know you're all game for communism, like like people being able to come and take your shit. Like you don't like guns to begin with, so you could care less about that part. Like they wouldn't have to come get yours because you don't have any. But like for somebody who is willing, like who appreciate the right of having a gun and to be able to protect themselves, you can give a shit about them. It's more so about if there's a crazy person or somebody that does what they're, what you're saying, because that's rare. That like this doesn't happen as much as people try to make it out to be. This is not like an everyday occurrence.
It's not, but it shouldn't happen at all. And there should be
Okay, you're saying it shouldn't happen at all, but okay, there's a lot of things that shouldn't happen at all.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, when things like this happen, then we should make adjustments in policy to deal with the situation to prevent it from happening in the future. Instead of just letting things go the way that they are, it's just like the cost of doing business.
It really kind of is.
People dying, random people, innocent people dying is the cost of doing business.
Bro, I mean, there's random people and people dying right now, and people and they doing it on purpose. Like, our military is going somewhere right now, killing innocent people. So what are you talking? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't go together, bro. Like this is happening all over this world, all over this planet. This is the very same thing is happening, and it's not even an accident in a lot of cases. This is stuff that they planned, and this is a part of the agenda. So nobody's saying anything about that. I'm just saying because I'm always for you being able to protect yourself, and that you should, give a shit about yourself and your family enough to protect them at any cost. And yeah, there's gonna be some stupid people that's gonna do something that, I mean, I hate that this happened, but I don't think that because it'll be some crazy law that all of a sudden, one of your neighbors say, because you cussing people out and you're upset about something, now, oh, he's kind of tripping and blah, blah, blah. We need to go take his guns.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard voices that told me to go, shoot up some people.
but that's not what's happening. Like I said, clear signs like that. The people that live around him, his friends, his family, who he tried to tell them that that's what he was going through, they failed him and those 18 people. They need to go to jail. They need to do something about them people for ignoring the thing that this man was trying to tell them, that he was like his pains that they ignored.
Yeah, I want to say that these people did report this. That's how we know about it, because they reported that.
Yeah, lock their ass up.
They did their job. They reported that. What else would you expect them to do? Physically themselves go to the house and take his guns? After
the fact?
They reported that this guy was saying what he was saying to the to law enforcement. This is before the shooting.
Or after? This is before.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. Well,
let me play some of this.
The manhunt for the suspected gunman in yesterday's mass shooting in Maine is now in its second day. Lewiston and several other nearby towns remain under shelter-in-place orders during what has become a massive search involving multiple federal agencies, including the Coast Guard, ICE, Border Patrol, and the FBI. Our national correspondent, Jerika Duncan, reports from outside the bowling alley where the shooting began.
Law enforcement searched late into the night for Robert Card. With SWAT teams, K-9 units, and helicopters scouring his hometown, Bowdoin, Maine, about 25 minutes from Wednesday's shootings in Lewiston. Police serving search warrants in their hunt for the suspect. At one point, officers in armored vehicles appeared to surround one home in particular that's believed to be Card's last known address. They were there for more than an hour without explanation. Ultimately, they left without a suspect.
This city did not deserve this terrible assault on its citizens.
It comes after Card allegedly opened fire in a bowling alley Wednesday night, killing 7 people before going to a nearby restaurant and killing 8 others. Officials say 3 more victims have since died in the hospital. Earlier in the day, law enforcement raided a home in Bowdoin believed to be connected to the suspect. And loud bangs could be heard at the scene. The 40-year-old was not there, but one U.S. official told CBS News police found a note inside the home but wouldn't divulge what it said. Sources also tell CBS News officials are investigating whether Card was targeting a current or former girlfriend. A motive, however, remains unclear.
It's awful that what happened.
We spoke to Ben Soroy, who told us his father was called to the bowling alley to help a friend escape Wednesday night. Soroy says before this massacre, he always felt safe in this area.
We never lock our doors here. We never lock our cars.
What do you have to say as we grapple with another mass shooting in America?
Cherish your loved ones while they're here, because it could happen, I guess, anywhere.
Cherished your loved ones. You know, Jericka, he said he always felt safe prior to this, and a survey recently named Lewiston one of the safest communities in America. How's the shooting changed the way that the residents there are feeling?
You know, I think the sentiment that I've heard over and over again from the number of people I've spoken to is shock. They really are shocked. You talk about that survey, you look around at this community, when you think about it, it's about 40,000 residents here, very small town. A lot of people know someone who was impacted or heard about someone who escaped. So I think it's shock, but I also hear people feeling like this was an isolated incident and that it should not take away from the overall feeling and perception of Lewiston. But people are, without a doubt, again, we're less than 48 hours away from when this happened. So folks are still learning information about the conditions of loved ones or people they know in the hospital, but still just can't believe that something like this happened. And again, we're near the bowling alley. You can see the streets are still sort of blocked off by police where all of this happened.
Yeah, I mean, so often, Jericka, we cover these stories and people are always shocked that it happened where they live. As you mentioned, the bowling alley, I understand we heard from the owner of the bowling alley through one of our affiliates. What did he have to say?
Correct. The owner of the affiliate who purchased this bowling alley reportedly about 2 years ago said that there were a lot of children in that bowling alley on Wednesday night. He talked about being able to quickly gather some people and getting to those emergency exits. And I imagine, Lana, that we're going to hear more and more of those stories. I've already heard quite a few of people who said they just reacted, especially in this place where there were so many children, and grabbed whoever they could. We went and door knocked on a man that we had heard was a retired officer who also helped. He himself was very startled, and of course, you know how it is to go door knocking at this time. And he was struck by our presence, honestly, and said, "Hey, there's a shelter in place. I really don't want to talk right now." But you know, I can't imagine witnessing something like that, surviving it, and not being quite ready to talk about it. I think is absolutely normal. For those who are talking about it, it almost is like therapy, because it's just hard to truly wrap your mind around someone coming in and knowing that this person was an expert shooter and just literally targeting people and them dropping like flies. Know that there were so many more people who escaped is without a doubt a blessing. But a lot of those stories are starting to come to light of those who were able to get out and those who were able to help save others.
Yeah, we count the victims based off of who actually was hit with the weapon. But in reality, the victims actually, there's a lot more. Jericka, thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, we are learning more about the suspect's background, including a history of severe mental health problems detailed as recently as July. Our Chief National Affairs and Justice Correspondent Jeff Pegues is at the scene of the second shooting location. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Lana. Law enforcement sources tell us that for months, Robert Card had been threatening to kill people, and he was also seen to be behaving erratically at a military training facility. And then on top of that, he was sent to a mental health treatment center, but he was only there for 2 weeks before he was released. Mass shooting suspect Robert Card enlisted in the Army as a reservist in 2002, but was never trained as a firearms instructor. The U.S. Army said his unit went to West Point in July for training, but Card never participated. One U.S. official says that's because he started acting erratically the first day. Card was taken to an Army hospital. He was allegedly hearing voices and threatened to shoot up a base. He was then reportedly committed to a mental health facility, but was released after 2 weeks. It remains unclear how or when Card obtained the firearm allegedly used in the shooting. But Tom Chittum, a former associate deputy director of the ATF, says despite the mental health evaluation, federal law would not permit Card from having a firearm.
Simply being diagnosed with a mental health disorder is not disqualifying, and neither is a commitment when it is voluntary or a brief commitment for observation.
But federal law does prohibit people from possessing guns if they've been formally committed to a mental health facility.
So look, this is what I'm talking about. This is a problem, right? Let's go back. He has to be formally, let's play this again.
Permit Card from having a firearm.
Simply being diagnosed with a mental health disorder is not disqualifying.
Simply being diagnosed with a mental health disorder is not disqualifying.
And neither is a commitment when it is voluntary.
So if you voluntarily commit yourself to a mental health facility, you're not barred from having weapons.
Or a brief commitment for observation.
Or if you were put in for a brief commitment for observation. Under those situations, you still can legally obtain and have a firearm.
But federal law does prohibit people from possessing guns if they've been formally committed to a mental health facility.
So if you've been formally committed to a mental health facility, then at that point,
because if you, I think that's not a new thing. So like if you've been committed or submitted to into a loony bin, as some people call it, and you try to go get a gun, most likely they're gonna hold up on, at least you're gonna have to go through a whole lot of rigmarole if you do get one, but most likely they probably gonna deny you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's at the extreme end of it, I think it should be steps before that,
But how is there steps before that? Like if somebody's, if somebody was always crazy, that's one thing. But for somebody who just so happen to have a temporary flash or somebody, because everybody go through shit, they deal with issues, and then now you're gonna say that, because this one person decided to actually, take it a step further and actually use their gun against, people, that now there has to be like a mass thing around the nation for people who, might have been through some of the same things, but they decide not to do what he did.
Yeah, well, he was in the military and he said he was thinking about shooting up people. This is all before. I mean, that's not enough to decide to, that he shouldn't have a weapon.
Well, I think that I would say, yeah, that would be enough. But I mean, like I said, some of these things, I guess, are somewhat a fine line, because trying to put it into a bill, like, I think is probably a hard thing, because everybody's not going to be like this dude. Like, they might have the same kind of, emotional issues or having some crazy thoughts, but shit, I know people that have some crazy thoughts all their life, but they ain't went around and killed nobody.
Yeah, well, I think if you're mentally unstable, I don't think that you should be legally able to possess a weapon.
Yeah, but I mean, even though I mean, the the problem with that part is like somebody who wants a gun, whether it's legal or not, is gonna get one.
Yeah, well, then that should be another thing that should be looked at and dealt with.
What? How? I mean, you gonna stop? How you stop somebody from getting an illegal gun?
I mean, you constrict the flow of the weapons. You know what I mean? If it's not such a freaking flood of weapons in the streets, then it shouldn't. You know, it should be a level of difficulty in getting a weapon. You know, illegally. I mean, you want everybody to
We're
have.
talking about reality. We're talking about reality, bro.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But that's still, you know, I mean, you know, it's not like this in other countries. You know, it's not.
Yeah,
This
because
is a,
and it's not because of everybody's choice. Like they, you know, like bro, we are the last people to have some true freedom to some, you know, and then you know, because the main thing is to be able to fight for, to be in a position to even fight for your freedom, because those people get bullied if they decide, because it seemed to be all nice and gravy, but them people know I ain't got no way to protect myself, so I ain't really going to do too much. You know what I'm saying? And I believe by the fact that we actually can say, you know, like they know, like our military of you know, of this country is more so the people inside the neighborhoods, like the 200 million people in this country got guns. So other countries coming in and talking about trying to, you know, just just do something crazy, like they gonna think twice. Other people can get invaded. A lot of them don't even worry about them because they control them already, and that's really what I believe that they're trying to get to here. And I mean, you know, that's something that I'll fight against until my death day.
let me play a little bit more of this.
But the details surrounding his mental health check aren't fully known, so it's unclear if he was flagged to a federal database. Maine's yellow flag law does allow law enforcement to detain someone they suspect is mentally ill and poses a threat to themselves or others.
If in fact the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness, that should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons.
One more note about this state's gun laws, and this is important. In this state, you don't have to have a background check to purchase from an unlicensed or private seller. That said, we don't know at this time how this gunman purchased the weapons used. Lana.
Jeff, I mean, we heard Collins there talking about the yellow flag laws. It sounds like a red flag law example, specifically when somebody's threatening to kill people and has access to the means to do so. Do we know anything about how the suspect got the weapon?
We're still looking into that.
Yeah, we don't know how he got the weapon. Okay, so then it could be a case like where you're saying is he could have illegally obtained the weapon in the first place, and all of that stuff that they're talking about, yellow flag laws and separating him from his weapon, wouldn't have done anything anyways. That could have been the case.
Yeah, but I mean, bro, I mean, I'm gonna tell you every time, this is it's messed up. It's fucked up that we even have these conversations, because you know, you hope that you know, things like this is you know, people who need help get help, and you know, especially if he's crying out for help with people, like people actually do something about it, instead of, you know, being so fucking selfish and they really only care like, oh, he's tripping, you know what, I'm gonna just go home and I'll make sure I'm not around, and you know, or whatever, and then the rest of the community has to deal with something that, so if somebody would have gave a damn to be able to deal with this issue, talk with him, and it's a, hey, well, since you're having these things, it's like, you know, do you have any guns, blah blah blah, or you know what I'm saying, maybe at that point try to figure out what, you know, something, but yeah, I feel like his community failed him, and the others that end up getting killed, they failed them as well.
Because I agree with that. Because it sounds like a scream for help, saying I want to go shoot up some people or whatever. Like to me, that sounds like a man. I need some help. Like, can somebody pay attention and give me a hand? Like
Yeah, because you're probably not saying it the best way. Like, you're going through stuff and, it's not like, don't, like, take me to jail. No, I mean, it's just like somebody to fucking talk to. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like, and then if it's, potentially something that's going on from somebody he was dating and, whatever kind of, some people don't deal with breakups as well as others. So like some people might really need to talk through it and really get to that fuck it, let her go on and do her thing, because like he thinks that shit, this girl was special, she was like in some people's mind they really feel like that, and some people need to walk them down and be like, yeah, bro, like did you like they look, you know how many women passed by here since we've been talking, blah blah blah, what I'm saying, shit, one of them could have been somebody you could have been talking to or whatever, but just the idea that nobody really tried to help this guy is really why a lot of this, I believe that this even happened, because
yeah, because we don't prioritize mental health in this country. We don't we don't even really deal with it. We try to push it to the side and act like it's not an issue. We
yeah,
don't put enough money, materials, and people into this situation to try to help people deal with their mental health issues. Like it's like suck it up, buttercup, or whatever. It's like you're weak. You're weak if you have a mental health issues. Like that's how we deal with it here in this country. And I think that this is an example of that. Mental health not being dealt with, and then we suffer. The innocent people suffer as a result.
yeah. But I mean, even if it's just a bro, like a tough, somebody that's like a brother to him, or somebody that's just like, man, fuck that, fuck that girl, that probably would have helped him more than nobody saying nothing at all.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says, so this human waste is mad at an ex and deleted 18 people in the process. This is disgusting. Another one, it says, it's pretty frustrating to continue hearing it reported that he was at a mental institution for only 2 weeks. I worked at a psychiatric hospital for several years and on the highest acuity unit. So the sort of unit that treated people like the shooter, people who were actively psychotic, homicidal, etc. 2 weeks is around the longest that most people are approved to be kept in hospitals. The longest stay I've ever seen was 6 weeks, and that's because the patient's family kept paying past when his insurance stopped. The shooter was in a military hospital, and so the military would have set a limit on how long he stayed as they paid for it. 2 weeks means the hospital probably kept him as long as they were allowed to. If we're only addressing the mental health care side of this, and there is absolutely this side of the total lack of gun regulations, because a psych stay doesn't disqualify you from a gun ownership in most states. We need long-term institutions that aren't just for wealthy people whose families can afford tens of thousands of dollars a month. Unless there is evidence that the hospital was negligent per our current laws and policies, don't accuse them of negligence, change the system. Boom, boom, boom. So, this person is saying that 2 weeks is probably because, they're not going to want to pay for it. So that's the issue, with this. It's like this kind of goes back to our freaking dysfunctional ass healthcare system that we have,
Hmm.
so only a rich person will be able to, been dealt with. So then he was probably kicked out after the 2 weeks. It's like, oh, we don't have any more funding for this, so you get him up,
Hey
out of here.
man, say bro, look, look, what you got in your, what you got in your pockets,
Yeah,
yeah, well, look, this the bill after the mall. What you want to do? You want to stay, or you know, we can go on and use this to get you a bus and get you, you know.
Exactly. So then they kick him out the mental health hospital, and he freaking goes out and freaking murders a bunch of people. You know, it just shows our system is messed up, and then nobody really cares.
Yeah, bro.
Let me read a couple more. It says, "My condolences to the family and friends, RIP." Another one that says, "So dumb and disgusting how this lady completely blew off the retired officer's reminder that there is a shelter-in-place order in effect, and then threw her own psychological spin on it in order to shade him and make herself feel better. Get the heck out of there until this is over." Another one, it says, "He is responsible for himself. He should be held accountable." What are you talking about, bro? And he's not even alive anymore. Like, you know, and people that are this is the thing. I think that people that are sane try to like understand an insane person and like, you know, he should be held accountable for his actions, or he should have did this, or he shouldn't have did that, or whatever. And it's like, you don't understand that this person is not right in the head. They're not thinking logically. Like, you know,
And
they
he
don't.
was
They,
and he was asking for help, like he in his own way. And people who, like I said, like I believe the people the closest to him that, you know, just overlooked it and didn't say anything, you know, really did him a disservice. But it's just like, how how can, you know, when somebody's having an issue like this and he's saying something because he doesn't want to do it, like he's fighting it then, like by trying to tell somebody, hey, you know, I'm not right now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So
So
so it's a tragedy that he killed these people, but it's also a tragedy that he died, like, or he killed himself too. You know, that is also a tragedy. You know what I mean? We have
yeah.
to look at that in that way. We can't just say, "Oh, this is, you know, this was a lunatic or whatever. He
Well,
deserved to die and all of this because he killed these
I would
people."
assume him killing himself was based on remorse of what he done. Because I mean, and you know, and this is all assumption. I mean, I can't really, but just based on how I feel about this guy, you know, after, you know, trying to tell people how he was feeling, he went and spent time, you know, as much time as they would allow him. And, you know, because really some of these things are more chemically based than it is. And I really, you know, I'm not for pharmaceuticals and all that kind of stuff, but the truth
Sometimes,
is, but you know, you try to figure out the deficiencies within the body, because it may not even have to be pharmaceuticals that'll heal this person.
yeah,
Like I
some
mean,
kind of other some foods even could have been what could have balanced out
exactly that, and that's the part that I'm getting to, because um like in my government, we that's how we look at things. Like there's a natural way to resolve a lot of these things, and you know, especially like people who's overweight, people who like dealing with different like issues. The main way that the first thing that they look at is what kind of deficiencies do you have, like mineral and vitamin deficiencies. It might just be you might need a good fish dinner. You might,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying, might need some
something
magnesium or so,
something
you know.
really simple like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me read some more comments. It says, "Human life is not valued in this country." Another one that says, "I can't believe this could happen. I can. Living in this country is becoming increasingly hard. Mental health is in decline." Another one that says, "The reporter referring to the victim as dropping like flies seemed disrespectful at this point of view." Another one that says, "If true, killing innocent people over a failed relationship is unbelievable and unexplainable, my heart goes out to the people and families that have lost lives and sense of security."
To him too, man. Like I mean, this dude was like, look, you know, I don't mean to, you know, I know people probably get mad at me, but you know, you got to think about, like, this dude was somewhat of a victim too.
Yeah.
Um, you know, but I know, but you know, really, the innocent people who had nothing to do with it, yes, it strikes a different part of my heart. But at the same time, like this dude, you know, I feel sorry for him too.
Yeah, so I want to get into the meat of this whole thing because we're gonna come back to you. We've been talking about Palestine and Israel for like 2 weeks. You know, since you've been gone, basically that's been the main stuff we've been talking about because that's been the biggest news. But I have this clip here that really puts this thing in perspective and helps you, helps us understand the bigger picture of this whole thing. And it, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with immigration too, because related to Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and the economic sanctions that were on those countries and the motivations behind that. And so, this thing, Ukraine, this thing that's going on in Palestine, all of this is connected to economic incentives, basically. So I want to play this right here, and I'm gonna try to listen to it slowly because
And it's also power moves, like
it's
like
about power, and that's really what it is because money is power, and that's what it is. So and oil is power, you know what I mean? Gas is power. So the name of the show today is Europe Needs Gas. And the reason why I named the show Europe Needs Gas is because this is the bottom line of what's going on. And we're going into the winter. It's going to get cold, and it's already gotten cold in some places. So
if some of these places get denied fuel or like these different
well, with the Ukraine, you got the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that got blown up, right? You got Russia and Ukraine conflict, and they got the economic sanctions on Russia, so that they can't sell. Russia can't sell the natural gas that Europe needs to keep warm.
What about Niger blocking the oil from reaching France?
There goes another example, and that's the reason why France is in Niger's ass, and and so, but Niger's like, fuck that. These are our resources, and they're gonna benefit us, and we're gonna sell them to who we want to sell them to, and we're gonna make the money how we want to make them. So the issues that France has with that is that, like, we built these facilities, so y'all can't just
Y'all built this shit on my land. You built it, but you built it on other people's land as if you owned it.
Right.
And that's where the problem is.
And then the gas and stuff is coming from there. So, okay, yes, you built those infrastructures and that, you built those roads and the trucks and the refineries and stuff, and that's fine.
With my shit.
You're still taking our stuff and not giving us a fair, benefits up from it. So so this is what it's all about. And so like if you think of the world as like a chessboard, and you think of like like I say, Europe needs gas, so you don't want Russia to give it to them. You want them to get it from the West. But see, the United States is way across the ocean, across the pond from Europe. So
and it costs 5 times more.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting to, because there's no pipeline coming from the United States to Europe. You know what I'm saying? So then they have to ship it. And so then there's an extra price tag related to that. And so, that's screwing Europe big time when it comes to that. But, you have the Western powers who, they want to be able to decide, where the gas comes from, who gets it, how much it costs, and all of that. As long as it benefits us, it's good.
Who is enriching at the same time?
Exactly. So let me play some of this. So that was a little backdrop to this. Let's check this out. Wait. Let me read the little caption first. Damn it. I'm pressing too many buttons too fast. I'm getting excited now because this is like the main thing I want to cover today. And when I saw this freaking clip, I had to watch it a few times, and like my brain like really freaking was going because it explains Ukraine. It ties all of this shit together. The conflict in Palestine, because it's not just things are always, there's always more to the story basically than especially than what they're telling you.
With these people.
There's always more to the story. There's always more going on than what it looks like. Like they want to make it look like, you know, it's Muslims versus Muslims
they just want you to,
like it's a racial
they just want
thing.
you to be emotionally. Yes, they want you to be emotionally tied into this, because if you really know the truth of what it is, people are gonna be like, man, if you don't let them people get their damn all and do all the, like,
exactly.
There's so many people that people will be like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, man, leave them people alone. Like, so quickly. But because we don't, like, because the people don't really know the truth is the reason why we be like, oh, support Italy, support France, support these countries that's fucking over everybody.
Exactly. And then they want you to focus on certain like things that happen, like, okay, who bombed the hospital, who didn't bomb the hospital, or whatever. And that stuff is important, but all of that is distractions from what actually overall is going on. So you're focusing on these details and you're getting lost in what's really happening.
Yeah, and then they're cutting water, like let's say like for Gaza, cutting off water, no real aid for them to, even while they're getting bombed, it's like no help for them. And it's like, okay, so what like what did these people do? Like they're not Hamas. Even, you know what I'm saying, like these are just citizens of the country. They just live here the same way that a lot of Israelis live there. And these people, you decide they're, you know what I'm saying, you can't let them have asylum in your country because you mad at the people that live close into the region where they are, I guess. Like,
yeah. And you think about the Iraq war, and when they was talking about weapons of mass destruction, and then they was talking about we just want to spread democracy, and then they was talking about these the ones who did 9/11, and like none of that was what it was. What was it? It was oil.
Or poppy.
Well, that was Afghanistan.
But that, let's just not, just think while
we could
they down in
resources.
South America, just it's resources, yeah, really, because I mean, if you just think about it, it'd be different things in different countries. Because just think about what kind of shit is going down in Nicaragua, like all the cocaine, the coca leaves, and all the coca that they could be using for whatever. Like they have access to that too. So
check this out. It says Israel have now killed over 7,500 people, surpassing the slaughter of 2014 twofold. It's not just because Israel is racist. Israel and the United States want the giant amount of gas in Gaza and to create a rival to China's new Silk Road. It says, if you do one thing, watch this video. Let me play this for y'all. It's only like 9 minutes, but it's packed. It's packed.
I don't think people have any idea what's really happening in Gaza and why it is happening. A few weeks ago, right before this war in Gaza ignites, Netanyahu goes to the United Nations General Assembly and he holds up this map and declares his plan for a new Middle East. And people are going, what is this stupid line this guy's drawing with a red marker? What it is an economic corridor that stretches all the way from India to the United Arab Emirates, into Saudi Arabia, into Jordan, Israel, and then finally to the entire European continent. I mean, the United States at this point, seeing their influence starting to fade, seeing the relevance of the dollar recede after they stole $300 billion from Russia. You have all these spooks in Washington and Tel Aviv, running around desperately trying to counter BRICS and counter China's new Silk Road. And this is their answer. This is a rival to the new Silk Road. Remember, the ancient Silk Road is the largest, most important trade route in human history. This thing is enormous. It stretches all the way from China to Syria to the Mediterranean Sea. The Chinese know how important this thing is, and they want to revive it. It is the future.
You're breaking up. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if is it me or is it because I'm hearing it very fun, weird in my ear, and the video is not even moving on my end. So I don't. Here, let me try to see if I.
Yeah, I want you to get this because this is a big deal right here. So important. He's talking about fighting against the Silk Road, right? So, but they alternative to the Silk Road, and also it's all about alternative to BRICS, because China's building up the Silk Road, and then you got the BRICS going on, and so the Western powers want to make sure that they can remain relevant. You know what I'm saying? And not only relevant, they want to dominate the world stage, continue to dominate the world stage, and they're doing it by any means necessary. So that's what's really happening. I'm gonna take it back.
I don't think people have any idea what's really happening in Gaza and why it is happening. A few weeks ago, right before this war in Gaza ignites, Netanyahu goes to the United Nations General Assembly and he holds up this map and declares his plan for a new Middle East. And people are going, what is this stupid line this guy's drawing with a red marker? What it is an economic corridor that stretches all the way from India to the United Arab Emirates, into Saudi Arabia, into Jordan, Israel, and then finally to the entire European continent. I mean, the United States at this point, seeing their influence starting to fade, seeing the relevance of the dollar recede after they stole $300 billion from Russia. You have all these spooks in Washington and Tel Aviv, running around desperately trying to counter BRICS and counter China's new Silk Road. And this is their answer. This is a rival to the new Silk Road. Remember, the ancient Silk Road is the largest, most important trade route in human history. This thing is enormous. It stretches all the way from China to Syria to the Mediterranean Sea. The Chinese know how important this thing is, and they want to revive it. It is the future of world economics, trade, and politics. Within the span of a few weeks, Iran and Iraq have signed a railway deal. So now you have a rail link for the new Silk Road. And President Assad of Syria, who the West have been trying to isolate for over a decade, is now visiting China, the world's largest economy, and signing a strategic partnership. This is pivotal.
You know that they're bombing Syria right now. And then, one of the things after watching this video, I understood what was happening previously when you had Russia, they basically damn near destroyed Syria, but they still couldn't accomplish what they wanted to accomplish in Syria overall. And mainly it's because of the help of Russia. Russia gave air coverage, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Air support. And that's what allowed Syria to, they was trying to remove Assad, you know what I mean? Overthrow Assad, that's what they wanted. But they couldn't pull that off.
When Trump was in office, because you're talking about when Trump was in office, they it was a bunch of shit that was going on in Syria. I think he even sent a couple of missiles over there for I don't know why, but either way, but even before that, there was things where they was trying to say he was doing things to hurt the people, his own people, which
wasn't true. The same shit thing they said about Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And so, but what it did result in, the U.S. is occupying parts of Syria. And guess which parts of Syria they are occupying? The oil,
the ports,
the oil areas. Let me play some more of those.
So now the new Silk Road has rail access all the way to the Mediterranean Sea through Syria's port in Latakia. So not just land, but maritime trade. This is crucial. And as enormous and important as all of this is just one aspect. This is just one aspect. You still have the gas. How can we talk about the Middle East without talking about gas and oil. When the US instigated the Maidan coup in 2014, that wasn't just about NATO expansion and encirclement of Russia. This was about surrounding, controlling, and cutting off Russian gas to Europe. Russia is the country with the largest proven reserves of natural gas. Control Ukraine, and you control the pipelines that feed and supply Russian gas to Europe. For decades, you've had US politicians, Republican and Democrat, from every administration, openly saying on camera, we don't want Nord Stream.
There will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
You want to have pipelines that don't go through Ukraine and Russia. For years, we've tried to get the Europeans to be interested in different pipeline routes. It's time to do that. You want to depend more on the North American energy platform, the tremendous bounty of oil and gas that we're finding in North America.
Lo and
we want
the enormous. You hear the words that she used?
Yeah. We want to
the
depend on
enormous
North.
bounty.
Yeah. And so, and the whole thing with Ukraine, I couldn't understand. Like, it didn't really make sense. Like, why are we so concerned with Ukraine? You know what I mean? Like, why do we care? Like, United States don't care about nothing. You know, it's like, oh, cry for Ukraine. Get the F out of here. I know that's not the reason. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you're talking about natural gas pipeline, then now it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? You know. We gotta control Ukraine. We gotta make sure Ukraine is on our side and not allowing Russia to be able to move their natural gas.
Behold, Nord Stream 1 and 2 are blown up. I mean, this is without question the most egregious, the largest terrorist attack on European infrastructure in modern history. There are only 3 countries on this planet that can pull this off. They are Russia, Britain, and the United States. And let me tell you, it was not Russia. You combine that with the sanction packages from the European Union, banning Russian oil and gas. I mean, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. So now there's no more Russian gas coming into Europe. And just like that, the United States have achieved a long-standing foreign policy objective. Now, the only other country with enormous gas reserves, the second largest in the world, is Iran. Iran signed a nuclear deal in 2015 and 2016. They're complying in every way imaginable. The IAEA at the UN cannot be happier. And then the United States, you know, the guys who orchestrated the whole deal,
pulled out,
go back on their word and they rip it up just like that and reimpose sanctions on Iran. So now Iran is barred from selling its oil and gas to Europe and others. So Russia and Iran, the 2 countries with the largest gas reserves, are out of the picture. Then Israel, all of a sudden, proposed themselves as a solution to the European Union's gas shortages.
Take our trilateral energy, for example, that we closed in June.
Is this
with
another reason why they're
Egypt
upset
and
with
Israel.
Trump?
It has played an important role in our strategy to get rid of the Russian fossil fuels.
How
convenient. So yeah, the sanctions on Russia, making sure that Russia can't move the gas. So then Iran is playing ball and being a good
Trying to do right, trying to be the diplomatic with their decision making, the progress of the country. But because see, the weird thing to me is that I guess something that just kind of popped up because I just saw Trump there, because he was the one that signed the deal with Iran. They didn't like that. They didn't like that because he's like, the plan that they have for the world. He's kind of, because he's a nationalist. Like he just wants America to be good, and
Trump wasn't the one in office when they backed out of the Iran nuclear deal.
No, he's the one that made the deal with Iran for them to be able to supply Europe and others. Like he's the one that made the deal. They didn't like the people who canceled the deal, or like I'm saying, that's why I'm saying that's another reason why they may be you know, trying to keep Trump out, because like he's one is like, Ukraine war is done if I'm in office. It never happens if I would have still been in office. You know, like, you just think about all of the things that he's saying, you know, about these different wars that's going on. Like, these things wouldn't happen, but the reason why they're happening is because of this agenda that they're trying to complete, no matter what's going on.
No
So
matter
that's what I'm saying.
who's the president, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat, like this is long-term goals.
Because, you know, we don't, you know, our government, us the people, are like, we don't control shit. It's the fucking corporations that's running everything. You know, because like Exxon here in the United States might end up taking a big loss so that Exxon in Africa can't win big, or Exxon, who, you know, I'm just saying Exxon, but over in China can win big right now. So like, it's a bunch of semantics, but overall, I think that a bunch of this stuff is, and like I said, even the whole, like, some of the domestic things that we're dealing with on how they're going against Trump is because they know if he get in office, everything that they've been trying to do is gone, is screwed. And China and Russia, you know, the BRICS is going to take off, and then we're probably going to end up in an alliance with BRICS, which will take all of the power away from those that has been fighting to knock them down.
Yeah. So you know, so they put the sanctions on Russia, so that they can't move the gas. So then they pull out of the Iran nuclear deal with you know, with Iran, and put sanctions on them. So the sanctions keep them from being able to move their gas. So then let's look at the next person on the list. Check this out.
Convenient. How convenient. In 2010, they conduct a geological survey and find this monstrous giant gas field in the Middle East. It's called the Leviathan, and it's in the Mediterranean Sea on the Levantine Basin. That means it's right off the coast of Palestine, Lebanon, Syria.
So the Mediterranean Sea, right now, where all of those warships are right now, we know, I covered it in the show last week, they got ships gathered in the Mediterranean Sea right now. And they're saying it's because of the Hamas-Israel conflict. But
they don't
Syria
send Navy
initially
like
declines
that just
offers.
What's that?
No, I don't think that they put the Navy in place like that because say, bro, like,
because
how
it
long
didn't make
has
sense.
Israel and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's because when I heard about them sending our own troops and then sending people in, like Navy and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you know, like it was. This really makes more sense. You know, like, it doesn't make sense, but what I'm saying is, as far as the why that they're gathering up there adds up to, you know, the movements that they were making. But bro, like, Israel and Palestine been going back and forth all this time. We ain't needed no Navy ships then. Why is it we need Navy now?
Yeah.
Because there's a whole nother play going on with people believing that it's something simpler than what they really trying to get done.
Right.
Over its gas reserves, and simultaneously refuses to lay pipes for a Qatari gas project. What a coincidence. Barely a year later, war breaks out in Syria. And who's funding it? Qatar and Israel and the United States are just some of the parties funding and running this war to overthrow the government in Damascus. Today, the United States control 1/3 of Syria. They control all of Syria's oil fields, and Israel is bombing Syria's most vital port, Latakia, on a regular basis. So they're cutting off all the oil revenue and destroying, crippling any maritime activity, such as trade, such as gas exploration.
So yeah, and I don't know if we glossed over it or he's finna cover it, but Qatar is the next one that's on the list underneath Iran with the most amount of natural gas reserves. So they have that's their incentive to be involved in this conflict on that side, because it's going to benefit them, because they're going to be the ones that's going to win
Control it.
As a result of it. Let's play some more.
Another major port on the Levantine coast is in Beirut, which mysteriously explodes in 2020. And so Israel, proposing itself as a solution to Europe's gas shortages, shows up with an FPSO, this enormous gas extraction vessel, and tries stealing gas from Lebanon's Karish gas field. And, this reignites a huge maritime border dispute. And Israel has to go and beg the United States to solve this diplomatically, because Hezbollah said, if you steal 1 cubic inch of our gas, we will fire our missiles on your ship. Now we come to Gaza. Gaza also has its own unexplored gas field. Gaza is also a concentration camp run by the Israelis, and it's been under siege by Egypt and Israel under naval blockade since 2007. I mean, you can't even fish properly, let alone extract gas. And
So Gaza off the coast has natural gas out there. So that, boom.
Now, the Lebanese, the Syrian, the Palestinian ports, they're all out of action, and the only working port left in the coast is the Israeli port on Haifa. I mean, how convenient. This makes Israel the only one able to explore gas and implement an economic corridor like the one that Netanyahu held up at the UN. So in other words, Israel and the United States together killed off all the competition, stole their goods, and cornered the market. But as winter is approaching, Israel desperately needs to get that gas for Europe. But there's no stability. There can never be stability in the region without solving the Palestinian question. And so when Netanyahu shows up at the UN with his brilliant plan, the Israelis thought, oh, it's a done deal. They'll just get Saudi Arabia to normalize ties and thereby extinguish the Palestinian issue once and for all. And that is precisely why they are in Gaza slaughtering Palestinians like crazy, like they're in berserker mode. Israel has bombed Gaza before, but this surpasses anything we've ever seen, which is truly saying something. I mean, this is unhinged, calling people human animals and massacring them. Israel is just hoping the Palestinians will run away in fear into the desert. They've literally said this. They want to put them in the desert. They want people in Gaza to go to the Sinai desert and push the people in the West Bank into Jordan. This is genocide and ethnic cleansing without question. But it also has economic and geopolitical implications. Hamas and the collective resistance, when they found out about Israel's plan and Saudi Arabia's wishes to normalize ties with Israel, which would destroy any hope of a Palestinian state, I mean, this forced their hand. It became clear they needed to act and respond immediately, lest Palestine be lost forever. For Palestinians, this is and always has been a matter of life and death, to be or not to be. Either the resistance axis and the global south expel the American and Israeli colonizers from the Middle East, or Israel and the United States will continue occupying the region, choking off the new Silk Road, plundering Syria's oil, and keeping Russian, Iranian, and Arab gas cut off from the world market. This is a decisive moment, and not just for Palestine, because the victors will end up drawing the new map of the world to come.
So this is what it's all about. Them wanting to corner the market in, natural gas, oil, and also the trade routes, you know what I'm saying, through the Middle East, going into Europe. That's what this whole thing is about. So even Ukraine situation is this.
Yeah, because if Ukraine and Russia made a deal, like that would have ended it, and that would have pushed the United States out of the picture of having any involvement in that that global finance. And so they had to create something so that their plan of what them, because if Israel takes over Gaza, takes over Palestine after shit, was that 75 years of them going back and forth, like they finally get rid of the rest of Palestine, and then that gives them the free road, because people don't realize like this has been the plan the whole time. When they put Israel in that area, it was to
for this
slowly take. Yes.
to get to this point
And,
right
e-
here.
and even though it took since 1948 to start that whole motion, like they slowly been like that. That's what their whole plan was, to do what they're doing right now.
And it makes so much sense when you look at Iraq, you know, um, Syria, um, you know, uh, Palestine, Ukraine, the issues with Russia, all of this, and this has been developing, like you say, over the past like 100 years, like, and they're in end game with this. You know what I'm saying? So if they're successful, and ground troops, they got ground troops. It's a ground offensive happening right now in Gaza. They got troops on the ground, boots on the ground right now. I was looking at videos.
U.S. soldiers.
The videos I saw, I didn't see any U.S. soldiers. It was the Israel soldiers, IDF, on the ground, stomping through Gaza. So if they can pull off what they want to pull off and basically obliterate the Gaza Strip and the Golan Heights and just make it like, make it all Israel, then they got the new, well, their version of the Silk Road, and then they also have the gas exploration that they can start doing off the coast that Gaza will own. So this is another thing, like the Gaza people, the Palestinian people are poor, and the Israel controls their electricity and their water and stuff. But these people could be rich. They could be like Qatar. You know what I'm saying? They could be like maybe even to the level of like Saudi Arabia with the resources that they have there, if they were able to control those resources themselves and use it for themselves. So that's another reason why them not wanting Palestinian state. You know what I'm saying? Because then that would be in the way of their long-term agenda. They never had an intention of Palestine having an actual state. You know what I'm saying? So, and with the chaos of the way things have been, it has been benefiting them this whole time because they are able to do the things that they want to do, throughout the chaos. So, but then they have to get to a point where it's not so chaotic there so that they can do even more. You know what I'm saying? So then that means that the Palestinian people just have to lay down or go away, and that's the end game.
Is it the end game?
Yeah, it's the end game for now.
Oh, for now, yeah, I would say, because is that really like where it ends? Is that gonna be once they get that part taken care of?
That's satisfied. Global dominance, like Pinky and the Brain. What are we gonna do today, Brain? What do we do every day, Pinky? Try and take over the world. that never ends. It's endless because you can't do it. Is siding with Israel. Another comment that says, very interesting angle. It's always about the money. Let's see. Another comment that says, well, y'all, Zion Energy, this doesn't have anything to do with religion. Boom. Nothing to do with religion. What does this say? Dear sir, when a real and final catastrophe should befall us in Palestine, the first responsible for it would be the British, and the second responsible for it, the terrorist organization built up from our own ranks. I am not willing to see anybody associated with those misled and criminal people. Albert Einstein. Let's see. Another tweet replies that says, no, this is about war with Iran, Russia, and China. It's complicated. Another one, it says, I can't read that. they got these ads in here. It's making me mad. Another one says, lost me at the end on Hamas resistance. Another one that says, great video, excellent analysis. It says, exactly the reason behind this genocide will well put together so people see it more clearly. Another comment, it says, Israel has been torturing civilians and making the life of Palestinians hell for decades. This is just one of the hundreds of heartbreaking stories. That's kind of beside the point. It says, look at you doing all this from the comfort of the West and asking for money, please. More ads. Yeah, man, this video right here, really good. So they're talking about the ground offensive. It says the second unsuccessful attack of the special unit of the Israeli army on Gaza. Israeli media reports a fierce conflict between the Israeli army special unit and Hamas fighters after an ambush in Beit Hunan in northern Gaza Strip. Let's see. Communication with special forces that were planning to enter Beit Hanan in northern Gaza was cut off. See, the thing is, they can't be successful with the ground offensive, and that's the reason why they have been putting it off for the longest and just been indiscriminately bombing, because they've tried a ground offensive in Gaza before and they failed. And the reason why they can't do it is because Hamas has a intricate tunnel system, you know, and then these guys are gonna fight to the last guy because they're fighting for a reason, you know, and they could do this guerrilla warfare where they could just pop up out of a tunnel, you know, ambush some people and then disappear back into the tunnels. You know what I mean? You know, Israel doesn't really have a way to, like, no matter how they have the best military, like the best like equipment, if you will, because they get their stuff from the United States. They got the best like technology, but technology can't beat like guerrilla style warfare against some people who are fighting for like a real reason, and they have like tunnels and shit. Like they can't win. They can't win a ground war in there. And no matter how much bombing they do, and they talk about they're attacking Hamas, they're really just killing innocent civilians. They're calling everybody Hamas. But meanwhile, they're probably not killing any Hamas because the Hamas is in the tunnels. Yeah. This whole thing is a mess and is complicated.
Very much so.
Let me see if we could do some quick stories because I need some stuff for my reels. Let me see. Do I have something in here? It says the killer who carried out the main massacre turned out to be a shooting instructor and trained Ukrainians. As a professional shooting instructor and an American citizen, I am proud to train defenders of freedom around the world, including in Ukraine. We must fight the tyranny around the world, he wrote on a page on his social network, and went to fight the tyranny, which was staged all over the world by random passerby. So this is a post from, what's his name? Robert Card, the guy who did the shooting, the main shooting. That's an interesting little bit of information. It's like small world. It's like everything's connected.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not. I mean, that's not a surprise for me at all. Like all of it is always connected, but to be able to be able to break it down into these different little pieces, because I mean, with all the little pieces turn into one big whole, right? So that's
yeah, that's pretty much how it is. It's like the the macro is made up of the micro, like the little details add up into the total.
Yep.
I got some clips. Let's go to this right quick. And then we're gonna come back to Twitter because I think I have some quicker stories I could do. Let's look at this. It says President Biden. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it because I do have to drive tomorrow. But
All right, man. Whenever you need to check out, it says President Biden retaliates after U.S. bases targeted in Syria and Iraq by Iran-backed militias. Yeah, so there was some like drones that hit like some U.S. bases, and where was it? In Syria, I want to say. Let's read this. It says, striking back, U.S. warplanes blitz 2 Iran-backed militia bases in Syria. Yeah, that's what it is. Striking back, U.S. warplanes blitz 2 Iran-backed militias based in Syria as tensions rage over Israel. So you got to wonder, why the hell does the United States have bases in Syria? It says the U.S. is back after 24 of its soldiers were injured and 1 personnel killed in attacks this month. So this one, it shows like a map of some of these drama. U.S. strike militia bases near Bukamal. So, and they were retaliation. I want to say it was drone strikes that hit those bases. It says U.S. fighter jets early today struck 2 Iran-backed militia bases in Syria in revenge for a spat of drone and missile attacks on American troops. The Pentagon revealed the escalation amid intense fears the Israel-Hamas conflict could spiral into an all-out war across the Middle East. And that's what it's looking like it's happening. What do you think about that before I lose you? You know, do you think that, you know, this Israel-Hamas thing is going to grow? And you know, some people are saying World War III. I mean, people always say that kind of thing, but
well, that's see. I mean, really, it is. I mean, you can call it World War 12. I mean, because bro, every time, like, all right, since World War II, how many times we done had these very same kind of interactions? Now, it might not be the exact like what they saying the reason is, but ultimately they go into war with the same people having, you know, issue with the same people, and overall, like, I would say it is, you know, World War III. You know, because you know we haven't listed any other wars as, you know, 3, but it's added on to just like all this other stuff that's been going on. It's the same war. I mean, when I really break it down to people and tell people, like, this is still the Christian and Muslim wars. Like, this is like from 1711 all the way to today. This is the same shit.
like the Crusades.
The Crusades, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's the same shit.
But what they're talking about is an expansion. Like right now, you got Lebanon, you know, southern Lebanon and Israel going at it. Israel going at it with Hamas. Israel also going at it with Syria. And then you got the United States backing up Israel. So this it could get bigger if Iran gets more. You know, you got Hezbollah dabbling in this, and if they got more involved, and then, you know, who's to say China or Russia get involved more heavily and more directly?
I think that it's going to take a lot more of citizenry to speak out. I mean, really, at this point, it probably won't change much because, like I said, they created a lot of these situations to be able to take on the positions that they've taken. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think that a lot of us, I don't know what I'm saying, us, it wasn't me personally, but have taken a stance to be with their ally instead of, really just, I don't know, it just bothered me that a lot of people just got on, yeah, we gotta, help Israel. I said, do y'all even have any idea what's going on? I know that I'm sure this is something that you probably discussed the last couple of weeks when I wasn't here, but just like, do y'all even have any? Do y'all remember what happened last year? You know what I'm saying? Like Israel bombed Palestine during Ramadan. Like, I mean, like y'all don't even remember none of this stuff, or it's not significant enough for you to really be able to go back and think about, well, was there a reason for the action that Hamas or what you
Yeah.
call it, Palestine would have, because we're saying the same. It's saying it's pretty much those same people, even though like they try to separate Hamas, but they're punishing all of Palestine. So
Yeah, so people just go with the narrative. They just go with whatever, the media, that's what kills me, when they people change their profile to like back when they were saying cry for Ukraine and everybody changed their profile to the Ukraine flag. And it's like, remember something happened in Paris and they were like, cry for Paris. Everybody changed their
yeah,
profile to
yeah,
Paris. And
yeah. I remember that. That's what, and I think even with Italy too. And I'm just like, bro, are y'all serious? Like, what the hell they need us? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is some worldwide thing now that y'all gonna change all y'all Facebook stuff and this and that and the third
they
behind.
tell you who to cry for,
Yeah.
don't cry for the Congo or don't cry for like I don't know, Yemen, cry for Ukraine,
Yeah,
cry for
yeah,
Paris.
don't cry for the people who are actually getting attacked and who've been getting attacked by, the global elites, because that's really what it boils down to. The big corporations sending money to take control over certain things so that they can be at the head of the decision making worldwide. Like that's
Yeah.
really what it boils down to.
Don't cry for Venezuela. Don't cry for Cuba.
No, fuck them.
Don't cry for Burkina Faso or Niger.
But
Cry for France because they got
see
bed bugs.
when I had these conversations with different, like I'm just like the worst person. I'm like, because I think for myself and really, I actually like ponder some of these different things. Like, do I know all the stuff, all the information? No, but I do know enough to where, like, I don't just go and blindly start supporting these different regimes when I know that there's genocide happening. And because you see light-skinned white people or whatever on TV, y'all don't realize who's really in the background of a lot of this stuff and who they're taking. When there's a war, when something's going on, it's to steal. Like they're
Nine times out of 10.
yeah, shit, 10 times out of 10. What you mean? They taking everything. Like they taking whatever they can. Like, bro, that's what it's all. That's what they there for, to pillage.
Let me read this. It says, according to senior U.S. military officials, the precision airstrikes were carried out near Bakhmut in eastern Syria by 2 F-16 fighter jets. They struck weapons and ammunition depots that were connected to the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and have been recently used to hit U.S. bases. The U.S. retaliation strikes were intended to show Iran-backed militia groups that Washington would respond as strongly as possible to deter future aggression, officials claim. On Thursday, U.S. base at Karab, Algier in Syria, was attacked for the second time in 2 days, while a base in western Iraq was also hit. So yeah, they attacked a American United States base in Iraq.
Mhm.
You know,
Well, that's not about the end. And like I said, a lot of these movements have, I mean, bro, this is like they don't want, they haven't, maybe like they've declared it secretly in some of these closed off meetings, but this is definitely what will be called World War III.
if it spreads more than it is now. So look, these are the troops.
It
This
don't
is a
have to
clip.
spread it. It doesn't have to spread anymore. It's just what's going on right now is enough.
You know, it could be. I mean, you know, because what people don't understand in World War One, or you know, they didn't call it World War One while it was happening. You know what I mean? It was called that after the fact.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
So this one, it says Israel occupation forces break into Jalazon refugee camp in Ramallah. These are clips of the IDF troops on the ground. In southern Gaza. So it says IDF break into refugee camp, the West Bank. When they say they were only going into Gaza, they lie. I said southern Gaza. They're talking about the West Bank. Apologies. And let's read some comments. It says, where is Turkey now and where is Iran? Another one, it says, these guys are acting like what the Nazi party did to them in Poland. Another one, it says, by the way, no Hamas in West Bank. Another comment, it says, oh Allah, please protect the innocent and swallow into the earth those who cause corruption. It says, this is not okay. Why isn't anyone doing a damn thing? It says, why do they have guns? It's not like the Palestinians have any weapons to fight back. Well,
They do. They have some, but I mean, it's just the stuff that they end up getting from that Israel end up getting from us. Like, some people got a whole fucking what they call that thing? The Vela, what they call that dome? The
Iron Dome.
Iron Dome, bro.
It's complex as nobody has that. Like, it's so sophisticated. Check this out. It says Palestinians report total communication blackout as Israel expands ground operation. Israel appears to have imposed total communications blackout in Gaza, according to civil society groups and journalists on the ground. Israel's military said Friday. Yeah, they don't want the real stuff to get out. And that's the thing too about the media, is like everything is one-sided and confusion, and then they lie about this and then they retract it and then they change the story, and then it's like nobody knows what the F. And it's like that when you got it's wartime propaganda. So honestly, we don't know what the hell is actually happening.
But that's what I was explaining to somebody earlier. I was like, bro, like them saying that that whatchamacallit hit Israel, I don't necessarily believe it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just so happen to be able to kill off 1,000 people one hit. Like, look, I mean, is it impossible? No. You know, especially when they're saying that Iran gave them the aid, for them to be able, for Hamas to be able to go and do that, attack. But I'm also at the point where like they create shit all the time to where like why, like, if they, because
it
if
would
they know,
benefit them, like, because what we were saying earlier is that the plan all along was to do what they're doing now. So then if it was Hamas who did this, then
they tell us that it was Hamas. No, but listen, they tell us that it was Hamas, but maybe they bombed their own shit. Like, I mean, we know the stories of some of the things that happened here.
Well, there is information that has come out about friendly fire and they're covering it up, that there was a what they're calling friendly fire, where Israel troops killed
Well,
some of their own people.
well, listen. There was somebody that got kicked out of a meeting because they was asked. They asked them, the dude, the owner, the dude that owned the building, the Twin Towers or whatever. The guy that owned it, that had the insurance policy, that it was short term, or that he hadn't had it long, and then all of a sudden it's like, but the dude, the guy that he kicked him out of the meet, they kicked him out of the meeting because he was asking, well, if did you hear about the bombs that was located inside of the towers before blah 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 whatever. So it was a lot of stuff that was coming out, and they was asking, instead of like trying to put it on
Yeah, yeah, we covered that.
officials. Well, was it? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I didn't know that. But however, how come why are we not to believe that they wouldn't do the same kind of thing anywhere?
Yeah. Well, I also played a video. Oh yeah, it was the what's her name? Really Graceful video, and she was talking about how all of the false flags. I'm probably gonna save that one for tomorrow because that's pretty heavy, and that's gonna be a full deal. So
Yeah,
yeah,
my
she was.
eyes are pretty heavy. I before I just pass out, I'm just going and unless it's something that you got right away that I can maybe help you get through, but
Yeah, I don't
shit.
think so. I have a couple of quick stories. Let me see if I got something you can get into. Hold on. The housing crisis is kind of a different topic, but maybe I'll get your comments on that before you go. The housing prices. Right here it says realtor exposes the cost of why you can't afford a home in 2024. So they're talking
That's all
about
connected.
maybe.
It,
Go
it,
ahead.
well, I don't, for me, it's not a maybe. Like, I mean, all of it is connected. Like, we're talking about world dominance and being able to control people who, they've always had trouble controlling, and that's us. So
Mm.
the more they do to weaken us, or us not have the ability to run our own businesses, and if you do, like, you have the biggest struggles ever in life. Like, it's not like a prosperous thing right now, and it's not, you know it's not by accident. These people are professionals, and they know that, like, they play chess, not checkers, and they know that
Mhm.
certain moves is gonna make other things happen. That's just
Mm.
like with the few, like I said, I bring up because I know, some of the stuff I dealt with directly, like them not allowing us to frack and do, be able to sell, use our own oil, change the whole market, where we've seen $5-6 a gallon for diesel. This is like for people in business, because I mean, yeah, gas was high and all that or whatever, but for people who, like myself, that pays, that, like, one of our main expenses is fuel. Like, they found a way to make us have to pay so much to where, and then they never did anything about the pricing. Like, the loads that we were taking. So it's like, you're gonna take the same shit for with all the expenses going up out through the roof, and they still want to pay the same amount that they were before. We're actually
Mhm.
less, So they're purposely trying to run truck drivers out of business. They
Mm.
want they want the big monopoly companies to be able to utilize your help, and they make all of the money. And because I mean, shit, I could make $15,000-$20,000 a month before, and then it came down to I don't make anything.
Yeah. It's an attack on small business. It's an attack on the middle class.
It's the attack on Americans, period. It's like, I'm just saying, like, that's one of the visible things, because I mean, somebody who has a salary, because I'm sure you've seen a lot of changes, because like is more so, you know, middle class like myself that, you know, would come and patronize, you know, your restaurants and, you know, or this, that, and the other. So when people like me are not doing so well, that trickle down, or that those available funds that we just throw around are missing, that affects y'all too.
Right, the disposable income, because you know so many people are living check to check. They literally don't have money to spend on anything other than bills. You know,
Yeah.
getting back and forth to work and stuff, like the bare basics.
Yeah, and then when you do that to millions of people, because I mean, you got to think about there's millions and millions and millions of small business owners who, you know, like, you know, because they use the pandemic as a, like a, you know, a shield, something that make it seem like, oh, this just had to happen because of this, that, and the third. Like, and then shit, that was a part of the plan. That was like, it's just all of it plays into each other. Like, the war is not just on these countries and whatever, it's also on the people. Like, they plan to take full control over everything, and that's why we can't just throw in the towel and act like there's nothing we can do. Like, we can't, there's things that we can do, but we just can't be afraid. We got to be, you know, and it's not all about, oh, you know, pull your guns out and just that another. No, it's like people are helping people understand where the problem is. So, because I mean, like, we keep, you know, like I said, I don't think that Trump is a good person for president, but at least he's on a nationalist, you know, stage. Like, he's more so, okay, let's get America straight. What everybody else in the world is doing ain't really our problem. Let them people go fight their own fucking war. Why we over there trying to? Because, and you know, I know he don't really understand it the same way a lot of those politicians, and the reason why that they all come together on a lot of that, because like I said, like a bunch of them been planning it for a long time, and they understand that those certain moves that they've been making is gonna affect, you know, like they have it set, they know what it's supposed to do, so that's what they're waiting for their plans to kind of unravel. And somebody like Donald Trump is going to just ruin it all for him, because he's not on that same plan, and he's got this kind of, you know, utopia look. Because I mean, he's not even a billionaire anymore, but he's living a certain life that he don't really, you know, get it the same way that a lot of them do. You know, they've been practicing all this stuff for decades, most of them. So, but either way, I say it all. It's none of this stuff is on. None of it is an accident.
Yeah. Let me play this little clip right quick.
$50,000, and the interest rates were 4%. So your monthly payment out the door with taxes and insurances was around $1,700. So you could make about $60,000 a year and qualify for a home back in 2019. That same home today is going for $436,000, but the interest rates are 7.5%. So that monthly payment is jumping to $3,700. So you need to make today, yourself or you and a spouse, $115,000 in a salary with zero debt to have a shot at affording the average home in America today. And if you have
Freddie, great to have you on. So how bad is it out there for young people, first home buyers, let's say from today, comparing it to, let's say, November 2019? Then we can go back even further.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect time to start, because in 2019, the average home in America was $260,000 and the interest rates were 4%. So your monthly payment out the door with taxes and insurances was around $1,700. So you could make about $60,000 a year and qualify for a home back in 2019. That same home today is going for $436,000, but the interest rates are 7.5%. So that monthly payment is jumping to $3,700. So you need to make today, yourself or you and a spouse, $115,000 in a salary with zero debt to have a shot at affording the average home in America today. And if you have
Freddie, great to
115,000, either singly or with your spouse, to be able to buy a home, and with zero debt, and with the big ass down payment you're gonna have to put on that shit. What, 115,000? Wait, what is the home? You said, what did they say?
The house that was at $260,000 and a 4-point-something% rate is now doubled in price, actually more than double in price, and the interest is higher. So I mean, honestly, you got $2,000 more on the same house that you would have been able to buy 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah, like,
and you're gonna have to put down a down payment of like what, 30K?
let's just say if you
40K?
No, it might be more than that, because it's like 20%. Like 20%, you need damn near $100,000 to put down on some of that.
Yeah, who has that?
But they making it impossible for you, because that's what I'm trying to say. Like, all right, there's some people who who've had their jobs, they got salaries, and maybe even some of these tech giants just paying these hefty bonuses and things like that. That's a very small few.
And then on top of that, you're gonna be competing with BlackRock and Vanguard and them to buy that same house, and then they have liquid cash, so they can just come in and just.
Yep. But the thing about that is they don't even have to have the cash. Like, when somebody's coming to buy a house or ready to buy a new house and they're selling theirs, in a lot of cases it's just paperwork swap. Like, they ain't really coming out of no pocket with no buying no home, because it's the house that they sell them. They probably got paperwork on it, with another customer. So, like,
Shady. It's not fair. We don't have no chance.
Yeah, I mean, at this point we're screwed, and that's like, I mean, like I said, I mean, I really don't think that neither one of them old people need to be president, but right now, like, I don't know, I think we're just talking from I'm talking from a past tense, like what I know it was before, because I mean, I don't know how much he's gonna change, how much Trump will be able to change things, but I don't know, honestly, I really think that Ramaswamy, somebody's kind of like, that's who you looking at. I was like, well, I mean, it's not really too many other people who really, like, I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, he's got a conversation. He's got some real ideas to make some change. Like, this is not like a continuation of the same bullshit, that some people are talking. It's just kind of like, well, this is what we've been doing, and they just so locked in. Like, we talking about making drastic change, yeah, that we Ramaswamy.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of that guy, Vivek Ramaswamy. Nah, I'll pass on
Why?
that
Because
guy.
why is that? Because he's willing to pardon Trump. But I know that dude Chink, him, and they was pissed off with him, boys. But looks, I think some people don't really understand law enough to realize that what's been going on is a bunch of bullshit. It's not like, if you understand law a little bit, you know that everything that's been happening with Trump is not ever going to stick, and they shouldn't even be wasting time with trying to send him through the court system. You know what I'm saying? Especially
Well,
not the
we
way that
talked
they
to
have been.
We talked about on the show about, it's the third person that just flipped on Trump on that RICO charge. He got
Yeah, they gonna.
three of his co-defendants have taken plea deals and agreed to be a witness against him.
Yeah, and all that is what they call it theater. All of it is theaters because people that's just in people's mind. Well, then he must be guilty. He must, okay, for them to testify and say something like they make a deal to testify, okay, and to say what? Like we still waiting to see what you gonna say. Nobody ain't said nothing yet. But everybody's flipping, and that's what the news is telling us. Like that's still like when it boils down to it all, like no judgment is being made yet. Nobody's. There's no real evidence of anything. They keep bringing up shit that's supposedly. I don't know, bro. All right, I mean that's fine. I mean, everybody's got their reasons to believe what they believe, but like I said, when you really not when you think you know about law, but when you really know about law, you know that all this shit is bullshit.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, bro, because I need to take a little quick transition. I want to play a video, but go ahead and get you some rest, man. Thank you for being in here today.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I'll try to come in tomorrow if I can. Not starting too late.
Yeah, I can't even say for sure what time I'm gonna be on.
Yeah,
I gotta
but it's
work
all good
tomorrow, so every time I get home and be able to get in here. But I'll be here though. I don't know what time.
All right, man. Well, yeah, I'm gonna bust on out and I'll holler at the people. Y'all, thanks for always welcoming me here when I'm here. Or maybe get piss some people off or whatever, but I'm just giving my opinion. But your boy Chaka still need those nickels or dimes and the dollars and $20, $100, whatever y'all can spare to help the channel. So like, share, and send some money. And with that said, I'ma holler at y'all.
All right, man. Get you some rest.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right. So y'all check this out. It says, why are most people cowards? Obedience and the rise of authoritarianism. It says, authoritarianism in religion and science, let alone politics, is becoming increasingly accepted, not particularly because so many people explicitly believe in it, but because they feel themselves individually powerless and anxious. Check this out.
Authoritarianism in religion and science, let alone politics, is becoming increasingly accepted, not particularly because so many people explicitly believe in it, but because they feel themselves individually powerless and anxious. So what else can one do except follow the mass political leader, or follow the authority of customs, public opinion, and social expectations? The American psychologist Rollo May wrote these words in 1953, and in the decades that followed, the West tiptoed into tyranny. A mass surveillance state was established. Free speech gave way to increasing levels of censorship. Statist bureaucracy and stifling regulations invaded ever more areas of life, and tax rates reached levels that in the past would have caused a revolution. However, in recent years, this tiptoe into tyranny has turned into a sprint, as some Western countries are flirting with full-blown totalitarian rule. But the existence of power-hungry and psychologically disturbed politicians who desire total control is not what makes our situation particularly precarious, for such individuals exist in all ages. Rather, our troubles lie with the fact that very few people possess the one virtue that can turn the tide back in the direction of freedom, that being the virtue of courage. And as Alexander Solzhenitsyn warned in 1978, A decline in courage may be the most striking feature which an outside observer notices in the West in our days. Should one point out that from ancient times, declining courage has been considered the beginning of the end? In this video, we are going to explore how a hyperconformity and blind obedience has infected the West and, in the process, crowded out the cultivation of courage. We will discuss how a widespread cowardice is permitting the rise of authoritarianism, and how a rebirth of courage is the antidote to our precarious political predicament. The pathological conformity that infects the West is generations in the making and the result of a confluence of factors. It is driven by a value system in which social validation occupies a preeminent position. It is furthered by the use of social media and the fact that success on these platforms is achieved by virtue signaling and conforming to the moral flavors of the day. It is also a product of an education system which deifies the democratic ideal and promotes the rights of the majority over the rights of the individual. These factors, combined with others, has created a society of hyperconformists. And as Rollo May explained, the opposite to courage, in our particular age, is automaton conformity. One of the ways that Western conformity manifests is through a blind obedience and a pathological need to follow rules. Most people believe that to be a good person is to be a compliant person, and to do what one is told by those in positions of political power and their lackeys in the media and celebrity culture. In acting with blind obedience, the conformist fails to differentiate between morality and legality, and so remains willfully ignorant of the fact that government rules can be immoral, driven by corruption, and that sometimes they pave the way for individual and social ruin. Or as Rollo May explains, our particular problem in the present day is an overwhelming tendency toward conformity. In such times, ethics tend more and more to be identified with obedience. One is good to the extent that one obeys the dictates of society. It is as though the more unquestioning obedience, the better. But what really is ethical about obedience? If one's goal were simple obedience, one could train a dog to fulfill the requirements very well. To see other...
Wow. Obedience. Man, they're calling us dogs. Are we above the dogs or not? I wanted to pick this apart, but I don't know how much I'm going to go into it. Let's read some comments. It says, always stand up for what is right, even if you're the only one standing. My dad instilled this in me years ago. You know, and it's easy to say that. It really is. And he mentioned it in the video too. You know, it's like, it's easy to say this, but you know, it's a lot of pressure in society. You have to pay your bills, you know what I mean? You got to make sure your kids are safe and stuff like that. Like, and you know, you want to protect your life and be alive. Like, standing up for what's right can make you, you know, lose your job, lose your living, or even make you not alive, you know? It's easy to say that, but you know, I like to stand up for truth too, you know, but it's dangerous. It really is dangerous, especially in the world that we live in, where it's so many people who are just, you know, blindly following authority, you know, whatever authority tells them. It's like, what I like to tell my kids is that, you know, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right. And just because something is illegal doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. And, you know, that's kind of how you have to try to look at things. And like, sometimes what's legal is wrong, you know, and sometimes what is illegal is right, you know, but at the end of the day, the law is the law. So you're going to be held accountable for that. Let's read some comments. It says, there's only two kinds of people who will do what they're told, no matter what is right, and people who will do what is right, no matter what they're told. It takes nothing to join the crowd. It takes everything to stand alone, you know, and everyone just goes along with the crowd. It's safer, you know, and, you know, it's a lot of ignorance too. You know, you don't have to think, you know, to go with the crowd, you know, you don't have to know anything, you know, if you trust authority and you think that they're right all the time, then there's no point in you like knowing any information or fact checking anything or doing any kind of real research or whatever, they're already telling you what it is. So there's no reason for you to look it up on your own. And I notice a lot of people really don't know a lot of stuff, and they feel like it's not necessary, because it's like, what's the point in taking all of the time to read books and really like know things when you have your phone and you could just Google it? But to the people out there who have read books and know stuff, they know that Google is not accurate. When I go and I research a paper or whatever, and I'm looking for information, and like a lot of times what pops up on Google is wrong. It is wrong. There's some stuff that I can't even find, the information that I'm looking for. Like, it's not there. You gotta find it somewhere in a book somewhere. You gotta find it somewhere. Like, it's not in Google. Doesn't have all the answers. Let me read another one. It says, I noticed even as a kid that most people are cowards. My peers would grumble and complain about something, a bully, for example, saying how something needs to be done. I would take their words as an expression of willingness to take a stand, so I would be the first to say something. As soon as I drew attention to myself, my peers would gouge the response and cower like scared mice and pretend they never had a grievance with the situation. Many of them would immediately turn on me. I learned early in life that it was very wise to only pick the battles that are most important and to expect to make my stand alone. And man, I've seen this happen a lot in my own life. Like, you can be with your peers and you're talking about, hey, this thing right here is so messed up, man. They're doing us wrong or whatever. We need to do something about it or whatever. And they're like, yeah, man, let's do something or whatever. This is wrong. And then the moment you go and say something, like in front of the authority figure or the boss or whatever the hell, then they immediately turn on you and they're like, this guy here, I don't know what he's talking about, boss. He's tripping. It must be on him. He must be drunk or something. Shit, everything is fine. Shit, we're good. We're not complaining about nothing. Everything is great. And that shit burns me to my core. I'll read another one. It says, I'm either a late millennial or early Gen Z, but I still remember my high school government teacher asking the class to divide between those who believed the Patriot Act, mass surveillance to catch terrorists, was right or wrong. Most of the class held that it was right. Me and a few others held it was wrong. I quickly found out most of those I was standing with were anarchists. Is that what he was trying to say? And began to put my physical distance between me and them, inadvertently creating a third group. The teacher immediately put me on the spot. Being not that articulate, I tried to convey my feeling that I felt uncomfortable with the anarchists, but could not in good faith join the conformists. The conformist argument of if I am doing nothing wrong, I have nothing to fear, rang hollow to my own belief that I am doing nothing wrong. The government has no right to suspect me. Yeah, so I don't know, sometimes you have to be careful trying to be in the middle. I think because you'll find yourself on that side of the conformists, I'm not afraid to say I'm basically an anarchist, man. I'm happy to see this system completely burned down so that we can create a new one. I'm totally comfortable being in that position. Let me read another one. It says, people fear confrontation. It takes them out of their comfort zone bubble to engage in difficult conversations. It is much easier for them to try to stay under the radar, comply, and hope for the best. The enemy thrives on this human weakness. Exactly. I played a quote earlier. What was the quote? It was like, we're ran by evil men. Let me find this quote right quick so I don't say it wrong. It says the price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. So, being indifferent to, public affairs means you by default are ruled by evil men. So the good people have to stand up. The good people can't be indifferent. The good people can't just sit by and let be idle, because if you do, then the evil wins. So, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a weakness, because like I said, most people just want to look out for their family at the end of the day. They don't want drama, you know. They just want to go along to get along. That doesn't mean that they're weak, you know. Let me read another one. It says, sadly, hyperconformity and blind obedience has infected not only the West, but the whole world. I am beyond grateful for the energy you both put into making these videos freely available. Another one, it says, the obedient always thinks about themselves as virtuous rather than cowardly. Robert Anton Wilson. Yeah, so I'm virtuous. I'm doing what's right, you know. And then they try to tell you too. They're like, you should be more like me and just do. And you know, that's one of the things that bothers me a lot with the people who are like, just comply. When they talk about the police, you know, so the police can be wrong, you know, the police can absolutely be wrong. Just because they're in a position of authority doesn't mean that they're right all the time. Why are we so comfortable questioning politicians or the president or whatever, but we don't feel comfortable questioning the activities of the police? You know, it's just at the end of the day, he's an individual, he's a man, and he could be totally wrong. You know, he could be acting outside of the law. He could be breaking the law. So just comply with some guy who is, you know, violating your rights, you know, who's hurting you, who's murdering you, you know, that's not the answer. You know, and that's not saying that all cops are bad. I'm saying that people are people. They're humans. And, you know, I don't put no authority in, you know, any man, you know, if he's acting within the lines of the law, he's acting within the bounds of his job, then I can respect that. But I'm not going to just comply just because he's an authority figure. You know, the people, the SS people were just complying, you know. They told them to kill the Jews. They were just complying. And that was the authority telling them to do that. Let me read some more. It says, what disturbs me about students in schools is when bullies pick on a certain student and other students choose to just stand and watch bullies cause trouble instead of confronting bullies who are causing trouble in schools. Another comment, doing what you're told is easier. It absolves you of responsibility and lets someone else make all the difficult decisions for you. Another one, the pandemic brought out the absolute worst in people everywhere. People on buses, in stores, malls, everywhere. I agree. And there goes that authority thing where they felt like, because, you know, the authority said this, so then I'm acting within the authority. So it's like I'm a vigilante, not a vigilante. What's the word? Like I'm doing political, a citizen's arrest or whatever. Like I'm telling you, you know, you have to get vaccinated. You have to wear your mask. You have to do this. You have to do that, you know. And I'm telling you this because that's what the authority said. And if you're not doing it, then you're freaking a horrible person. You're evil or whatever. Another one that says, people tend to be cowardly for a number of reasons, one of which the genetically hardwired self-preservation response. Even earthworms have the response. Another is the also genetically hardwired response to the unknown, fear. Fear is a huge motivator. What happens to some is that they are forced to confront fear, usually at an early age, and discover that what they feared just wasn't all that fearful, you know? It's the boogeyman, right? I'm really into horror fiction, and I'm a fan of Stephen King, and he wrote a nonfiction book, and he was explaining about horror in it, and he was saying that, you know, it's scary until you see it. So like the boogeyman or whatever, the you know, the scary thing, you keep it obscured and you don't show it until you absolutely have to or whatever. You don't reveal it, because once you reveal it, then it's not nearly as scary anymore. You know, it's the mystique of it that is scary, you know. And that's why, facing a fear takes a lot of the power of the fear away. Because when you don't face it, when you don't see it, it's bigger, it's stronger, it's scarier. It's like that movie Jaws, classic movie, and you don't see the shark until the end of the movie. Because it was way more scary before you saw it. Once you see it, it still had its, still a little bit scary, but that movie was what made it work was that you never really saw the shark. You might see the fin or whatever. You see the effects of what the shark did, and that's where the fear comes in. Am I losing y'all? I feel like I'm rambling. It's 2:05. I don't know how much more I'm gonna go. Let's do some quick stories so I can have some clips for the reels. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Pressing too many buttons. Okay, let me see. What do I have? I have something in here. Let me find it. Let's do some quick little stories so we can have some reels before I get out of here. And I missed something else. Hold on. What did I miss? Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to get it together here. What did I skip? I skipped something. Oh, this is too long. I might play a little bit of it anyways. Let's check this out.
In favor, 120. Against, 14. Abstentions, 45. Draft Resolution A ES 10 L25 is adopted.
It sent a message to everyone: enough is enough. This war has to stop. The carnage against our people has to stop, and humanitarian assistance should begin to enter the Gaza Strip.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 120. Against, 14. Abstentions, 45. Draft Resolution A ES 10 L25 is adopted.
So it says, it sent a message to everyone: enough is enough. An emergency meeting of the UN General Assembly has passed a non-binding resolution that demands an immediate humanitarian truce in Gaza. So I don't know how the hell they're going to enforce that. How are they going to enforce that? That's the whole thing about the UN. They really don't have no teeth. Couple comments. It says, okay, so who's boycotting visiting those 15 countries with me? Another one, it says, immediately after this vote with the world against it, Israel then bombs Gaza into effing oblivion so fast so they can comply with the ceasefire tomorrow and say, we complied right away after having just leveled the region while the vote was underway. They're not going to comply. Like I say, there's no teeth. Another comment, it says, 3 weeks to decide if you need to vote with a genocide happening. The UN is useless. Shame on the world. Let's see, they did a list. It says against are Austria, Croatia, Czech, Israel, the US, Hungary, Guatemala, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Fiji, Marshall, Micronesia, Nauru, Tonga, abstained, UK, Canada, Ukraine, representative of Korea, Australia, Sweden, Netherlands, Serbia, Slovakia, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, North Mac, I don't know what that is, Finland, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Bulgaria. So I guess so people can know exactly who voted against it and who abstained. Let me see. Did I leave anything out here? Let's do this one real quick. It says Congo is quite literally bleeding and no one is hearing about it. It says, as we express our solidarity with Palestinian people, let us lend our voices in support of the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Every hour, 48 women are, I don't know how to say this word without saying this word, assaulted. Millions are displaced and over 6 million lives are lost, with half of the victims being children. 6 million women, children, and men have been killed in Congo over the span of 25 years. 6 million. That's 240,000 a year, 20,000 a month, 5,000 a week, 714 a day. Half of these numbers have been children. All so that the West can make phones, tablets, electric cars, planes for cheap. It says 12 million plus people have died from the genocide in Congo, by the way. 9,000 plus in Sudan. It says the crisis in DR Congo may not make the headlines, but the Congolese need and deserve the world's attention. A couple of comments. It says, I'm sorry, Congo deserves our full attention, but saying that 6 million lives are lost per hour is just fake news. Another comment that says, Gaza could be all just a distraction and a convenience. Another one, no one gives a F about Africa. They just care about our resources. Another one, it says, the Congo War has been difficult for most to understand, and I will try my best to simplify it with an overview. There is a war between the rebel group M23 backed by France and America and the Congolese government backed by China. It started off as a tribal war between the Hutus and the Tutsis in Rwanda, where many became refugees and crossed the border into the Congo, then known as the Republic of Zaire. The abundance of natural resources, especially precious minerals found in the Congolese soil, has globalized the conflict. Now add the presence of various armed groups that have subjected Congolese civilians to widespread sexual violence, massive human rights violations, and extreme poverty. The hidden truth is the US and French companies once owned vast cobalt mines in the Congo, but new deals was made with Chinese companies during the Barack Obama and Donald Trump administrations. Since then, the Congolese army has been repeatedly deployed to mining sites in eastern DRC to protect their assets from M23, backed by France and America. This war between the government and the presence of various armed groups have subjected Congolese civilians to widespread massive human rights violations and extreme poverty. The conflict since 1996 in eastern DRC has led to approximately 6 million deaths and counting. Comment, it says, capitalism is cancer. One more, it says, I'm Palestinian and I stand with the Congolese people and any people who are displaced and oppressed. We should support all voices. Yeah, so a lot of people are doing this where it's like, you know, the what's going on with the Palestinian people is not the only thing that's happening in the world, you know. The media tends to tell you what you're supposed to care about. And we tend to follow. Let me see, what do I have here? Dang it. Give me a second, y'all, because I'm clicking too fast. Three local ballot questions. I kind of wanted to cover that. Hold on. Do I want to do that right now? It says Israel lobby controls Democrats and Republicans. That is true. Wage theft. Did I show this crazy dude? Oh, that was the guy who was killed. I don't want to cover that. Houston area voters will decide 3 local ballot questions. Talking about U.S. troops in Israel.
Warmonger, but listen to this succession of events. Israel is to delay Gaza invasion, their ground invasion, waiting on the arrival of U.S. troops in the region. So U.S. troops are being deployed to Israel in order to help them with their ground invasion and genocide of the Palestinian people. Then the U.S. warns against any attacks on American troops in the Middle East while they're going to help with the ground invasion against the Palestinian people. Then you have the good old Secretary of State saying we are taking steps to make sure that we can effectively defend our people that we're sending into a war zone, and respond decisively if we need to. Israel cannot be in a position where you are constantly exposed to a threat of the most terrible terrorist attacks from the Gaza Strip. Did you know that despite the propaganda that's being circulated online, there has been 0 journalists in Israel that have died, where there's been over 50 Palestinian journalists that are in Gaza that have died due to the Israeli bombings? Did you know that over 5,000 people in Gaza have passed away, and about half of that is children? Did you know that in the last 14 days, the Israeli government has displaced already 1.1 million Palestinians? And even though they're telling Palestinians to move to I honestly hate to sound like a warmonger, but listen.
Yeah, and they were talking about Al Jazeera, and because I played a clip the other day of the guy eating up the other guy on Al Jazeera, and this Palestinian journalist who worked for Al Jazeera, his house got blown up, and they're saying that it wasn't a retaliatory strike, but it totally sounds like a retaliatory strike. I can't find that clip though. Yeah, so they blew this dude's house up. They killed his whole family. And, he was a journalist. It's like, this guy is definitely not Hamas. And they struck his house. This is it here, but it's got some stuff in it that I can't share. Hold on. Is this the guy? Hold on. I gotta be careful because it's gonna show some shit that I can. All right, let me see. I want to be very careful with this.
Airstrike killed the family of his colleague, Wael Dahdouh. Wael also spoke to Al Jazeera Arabic from inside the hospital.
There is no safe place in Gaza at all, and no one is safe. No one is safe from the aggression and the treachery of the occupation. That's why we have left, we have delegated our faith to Allah Almighty, and we will continue this path that we have chosen at the end.
I don't think this is the clip I'm looking for. Where is it? It's not in here. Yeah, I don't want to play this. They're going to get me for this. I'm just going to move on because I can't find what I'm looking for with that. Maybe it'll pop up. Maybe it's on Twitter. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. See if I can find this. I can't find it. I'm wasting time. Anyways, they killed this dude's whole family. He was just a journalist. Okay, wait, hold on. Here it is. Does this show anything that's bad? Gotta be careful, they're gonna get me. It says the moment when journalist Mahab Farah receives news that his wife and children have been killed in Israeli airstrike. More than 6,500 people have been killed in Gaza, including 20 journalists. Does it show him talking about it? Because I don't want to just see the dude crying. Because there's a clip where they're asking him about it. And everyone is saying that, you know, it wasn't a retaliatory strike, but it clearly was. Because they're not happy with Al Jazeera because they're, you know, they're releasing information that they don't want out. Let me see. It says in recent weeks, pro-Israel trolls have been flooding Twitter, attempting to hijack debates and use community notes functions to undermine posts showing the country in a negative light. That's not what I'm looking for either. They have these ads on the freaking tweet replies now, and that shit is so fucking annoying. So annoying. Anyways, let's do. I kind of want to make sure I got some reels before I get out of here, y'all. Forgive me for being all over the place. So I'm gonna wrap it soon, but I need to make sure I got some clips in here. Stuff I can use later. Says Hamas representative arrived in Moscow today to discuss the ongoing war with Israel with Russia deputy foreign minister. Note, Hamas has been declared a terrorist organization only by the United States and its vassals. In Russia, Hamas is not considered a terrorist organization. Burkina Faso. I hate this clip right here.
For all of humanity, our war against Hamas is a test for all of humanity. It is a struggle between the axis of evil of Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, and the axis of freedom and progress. We are the people of the light. They are the people of darkness, and light shall triumph over darkness. Citizens of Israel, October 7th was a very dark and black day in our history. We will fully investigate what had happened at our southern border, the border with Gaza. Everybody will have to provide answers, myself included, but all that will happen only after the war. As a prime minister, I'm responsible for guaranteeing the future of this country, and now my role is to lead all Israelis, the state of Israel, and the people of Israel to an overpowering victory. It is now a time to come together for one purpose, to storm ahead to achieve victory. With joint forces and a profound belief in our justness, a profound belief in the eternity of the Jewish people, we shall realize the prophecy of Isaiah. There will no longer be stealing at your borders, and your gates will be of glory. Together we will fight. Together we will win.
This thing all happened really at a convenient time for him too, Netanyahu. He was under investigation.
Our war against Hamas
Yeah, he was in hot water. He didn't beat investigations in the past, but this one was pretty damn serious. Um, but shit, they didn't forget all about that now. That's how politics works. It says Israel military received orders to shell Israeli homes and even their own bases as they were overwhelmed by Hamas on October 7th. Oh yeah, I mentioned this earlier about the friendly fire thing. So Max Blumenthal with the Gray Zone posted this. He says, ask how many Israeli non-combatants said to have been burned alive were actually killed by friendly fire. Wow, this is an article. I don't know. I might have to come back to this tomorrow, I think. Let's read a little bit of it. Gray Zone. October 7 testimonies reveal Israeli military shelling Israeli citizens with tanks, missiles. It says Israeli military received orders to shell Israeli homes and even their own bases as they were overwhelmed by Hamas militants on October 7th. How many Israeli citizens said to have been burned alive were actually killed by friendly fire? Several new testimonies by Israeli witnesses on October 7th, Hamas surprise attack on southern Israel adds to growing evidence that the Israeli military killed its own citizens as they fought to neutralize Palestinian gunmen. Tuval Escapa, a member of the security team for Kibbutz Be'eri, set up a hotline to coordinate between kibbutz residents and the Israeli army. He told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz that as desperation began to set in, the commanders in the field made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their occupants in order to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages. A separate report published in Haaretz noted that the Israeli military was compelled to request an aerial strike against its own facility inside the Erez crossing to Gaza in order to repulse the terrorists who had seized control. The base was filled with Israeli civil administration officers and soldiers at the time. These reports indicate that orders came down from the military's high command to attack homes and other areas inside Israel, even at the cost of many Israeli lives. An Israeli woman named Yasmin Porat confirmed in an interview that Israeli radio that the military undoubtedly killed numerous Israeli non-combatants during gun battles with Hamas militants on October 7th. They eliminated everyone, including the hostages, she stated, referring to Israeli special forces. As David Sheen and Ali Abunimah reported in Electronic Intifada, Porat described very, very heavy crossfire and Israel tank shelling, which led to many casualties among Israelis. While being held by the Hamas gunman, Porat recalled, they did not abuse us. We were treated very humanely. No one treated us violently. She added, the objective was to kidnap us to Gaza, not to murder us. According to Haaretz, the army was only able to restore control over Be'eri after admittedly shelling the homes of Israelis who had been taken captive. The price was terrible. At least 112 Be'eri residents were killed, the paper chronicled. Others were kidnapped. Yesterday, 11 days after the massacre, the bodies of a mother and her son were discovered in one of those destroyed houses. It is believed that more bodies are still lying in the rubble. Much of the shelling in Be'eri was carried out by Israeli tank crews. As a reporter for the Israeli foreign minister-sponsored outlet 24 noted during a visit to Be'eri, small and quaint homes were bombarded or destroyed, and well-maintained lawns were ripped up by the tracks of an armored vehicle, perhaps a tank. Apache attack helicopters also figured heavily in the Israeli military response on October 7th. Pilots have told Israeli media they scrambled to the battlefield without any intelligence, unable to differentiate between Hamas fighters and Israeli non-combatants, and yet determined to empty the belly of their war machines. I find myself in a dilemma as to what to shoot at because there are so many of them, one Apache pilot commented. Video filmed by a uniformed Hamas gunman makes it clear they intentionally shot many Israelis with Kalashnikov rifles on October 7th. However, the Israeli government has not been content to rely on verified video evidence. Instead, it continues to push discredited claims on beheaded babies while distributing photographs of bodies burned beyond recognition to insist that militants sadistically immolated their captives and even assaulted some before torching them alive. The objective behind Tel Aviv atrocity exhibition is clear: to paint Hamas as worse than ISIS, while cultivating support for the Israeli army ongoing bombardment of the Gaza Strip, which has left over 7,000 dead, including at least 2,500 children at the time of publication. While hundreds of wounded children in Gaza have been treated for what a surgeon described as fourth-degree burns caused by novel weapons, the Western media focus remains trained on Israel's citizens supposedly burned alive on October 7th. Yet the mounting evidence of friendly fire orders handed down by Israeli army commanders strongly suggests that at least some of the most jarring images of charred Israeli corpses, Israeli homes reduced to rubble, and burned out hulks of vehicles presented to the Western media were in fact the handiwork of tank crews and helicopter pilots blanketing Israeli territory with shells, cannon fire, and hellfire missiles. Indeed, it appears that on October 7th, Israel's military resorted to the same tactics it has employed against civilians in Gaza, driving up the death toll of its own citizens with indiscriminate use of heavy weapons. Israel bombs its own base, nerve center of Gaza siege. How long does this go? Yeah, I'm not reading all of this. Wow, this can't be just one article. It's like I'm going to be reading the whole newspaper. But yeah, so apparently there was some friendly fire that happened, and the press is not covering this at all because, you know, and then they're putting the blame on Hamas. You know, you're probably never going to hear this story on the major media at all. The other one you're never going to hear is the one about the lady, but it has been floating around on social media. The one where the older lady who was she was a hostage and they released her, and the clip of her shaking their hand saying shalom, it was this lady right here. I'm kind of scared because I shared that clip on Instagram and it immediately got me flagged.
Until they reach the tunnel.
The one where she was shaking their hand and saying it's not in this clip. And saying that they fed me good, they took care of me, they were nice, and all of that. Because it flies against the narrative that Israel is putting out about Hamas. Let's see. It's not gonna let me play this. This is not really the one anyways. It says, following her release from Gaza by Hamas, 85-year-old Yosef Lifshitz is interviewed about her experience in captivity. And basically she said, they treated me well. They were given medicine and food and said we ate the same food together. But this is heavily censored. The media is not letting you play any of that stuff. Like, and I'm scared. I'm on the edge of getting monetized on my channel, so I really don't want to mess it up. I don't want to ruin my chances. I want to give out good stuff for y'all, but at the same time, I want to be careful. Hold on, y'all. I'm not sharing. Let me share this.
Palestine conflict stems from a conflict. So yesterday I was having a conversation with some guys who said that the Israel-Palestine conflict stems from a conflict between Jewish people and Muslims. And I had to disagree because while religion is an important factor, in my view, the motivating forces for establishing the state of Israel have always been economic. Going all the way back to the Roman Empire, this has always been a very important region to control economically. Even before the importance of oil, there were a lot of raw materials and resources here, and it gave countries access to a whole bunch of trade routes via the Mediterranean. As time passed and oil was discovered in the Middle East, this region became even more important. And that's why in the 1920s, the British moved to colonize it, and this became the British Mandate of Palestine, where British oil companies had essentially free reign. And at this time, as anti-Jewish sentiment was rampaging through Europe, the ideology of Zionism started to emerge. This ideology that says there needs to be established a Jewish state so that Jewish people can protect themselves. And Zionist settlers began moving into the British Palestinian Mandate. The British realized they could use this to their advantage, and they started funding and supporting the Zionist project, including what's known as the Nakba, where a large amount of Israeli settlers came and pushed 70% of Palestinian people off their land. The British and the Western imperialist powers figured that the Zionists would look out for their economic and political interests a lot more than the indigenous Arab Palestinians. And in the 1960s is when the United States really takes over for Britain as the main funder and supporter of the state of Israel, which proceeded to start a war against the Arabs, seizing a bunch more Palestinian land. Now, if anybody thinks that the U.S. is funding Israel because they like Jewish people but don't like Muslim people, you are crazy, or you just don't know history. The U.S. has literally backed jihadi extremist groups when it's in their economic interest. They've done it a lot, actually. This is them calling Osama bin Laden an anti-Soviet warrior, putting his army on the road to peace. This was as the U.S. was funneling him millions and millions of dollars in arms and money. The U.S. doesn't care if you're Jewish, Muslim, Christians, atheists, Hindu, Buddhist. If you protect their economic interests, if you protect U.S. resources and U.S. oil, they will support you, or they will give you a bunch of guns to fight the Soviet Union. It's the same thing with Israel. The U.S. props up Israel because it gives them a neo-colonial outpost in the Middle East. Israel's constantly launching missiles at the U.S.'s enemies like Iran and Syria, and they protect the interests of Western multinational corporations. This is why Joe Biden always says if Israel didn't exist, we would have to create it, because the U.S. needs an entity like this in the Middle East to look out for their economic and political interests. Yeah, it's not necessarily a battle between Muslim people and Jewish people. It's a battle between Western imperialist interests and the interests of native indigenous populations. The interests of Middle Eastern people versus the interests of Western corporations who want to exploit the Middle East for all of its resources, labor, and oil. This video has been brought to you by Karl Marx. Thank you.
He said this video has been brought to you by Karl Marx. Well, that's a good way to get people to not want to listen.
So yes.
This one, North Korea Foreign Ministry, it says, Israel bombed a public health establishment which is to be protected on top priority in peacetime or wartime under international law. This is an unimaginable, hideous war crime and unethical crime. What should not be overlooked is that Israel's such criminal act was openly committed under the undisguised patronage of the U.S. The U.S. delivered huge amounts of munitions to Israel and dispatched 2 carrier strike groups to the waters off the Middle East, thus giving Israel a green light to massacre Palestinians without any worries. Immediately after bombing of the hospital by Israel, the U.S. covered such crime, making absurd sophism that the incident seemed to be committed by other forces rather than Israel. This shows that the U.S. is an accomplice who connived at and fostered Israel's genocide. The U.S. arrogantly vetoed UNSC resolution on allowing humanitarian access to Gaza Strip, For the mere reason that the right to self-defense of Israel was not mentioned, this rivals the U.S. intention that it is enough if Israel faithfully carries out the Middle East policy, whether thousands of Palestinians die or not. The U.S. wrecker of global peace and strangler of justice can never evade the blame of having connived at and fostered Israel's hideous war crime that ruthlessly killed Palestinians. Sorry for chopping that up. I'm getting tired. But that's North Korea Foreign Ministry's words, by the way, quote unquote. That's why they got the picture of Kim Jong-un there, like it's his words, but it's the North Korea Foreign Ministry who was saying that. So when you got North Korea talking like that, and it's like, that's kind of crazy, like, right? Like, wow, like the stuff that North Korea does, and then they're talking like this about Israel. I have that clip too. I just saw it. Let's go to it. I'm gonna go ahead and risk playing this. Uh-oh, what did I do? Pressing too many buttons. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna risk playing this. This has got my Instagram flagged. But it's at the end of the video, so maybe nobody will see it. Who's ever here right now, y'all get to see it. An 85-year-old hostage. Hold on. An 85-year-old hostage taken by Hamas was filmed shaking hands of her captors and saying shalom, a Hebrew greeting meaning peace, during her release. Yochai Lifshitz is reportedly a human rights activist who spent years helping injured Palestinians in Gaza get to local hospitals alongside her 83-year-old husband, Oded, who is still missing. He's still a hostage. In a press conference, Lifshitz told reporters she went through hell and was beaten on the day she was taken hostage, but was treated gently by Hamas during the 2 weeks she was held in captivity. She described being taken into a massive underground tunnel system. Lifshitz's daughter, Sharon, who helped translate her mother's Hebrew into English for reporters, described the network of tunnels as like a spider web. Lifshitz claimed Hamas was very generous to us, very kind. They kept us clean. They took care of every detail. There are a lot of women, and they know about feminine hygiene, and they took care of everything there. The elderly couple were taken from their home in Nerotz Kibbutz, near the Gaza border. Lifshitz said she was not held in captivity with her husband, who has not been seen since the attack. Hamas has begun releasing some hostages taken during the incursion into southern Israel on October 7th. More than 200 people were abducted from villages, kibbutz, and the Supernova Music Festival. So far, 4 hostages have been released. 79-year-old Nurit Cooper was released alongside Lifshitz on Monday night for health reasons. Health authorities in Gaza said 5,000 people have been killed since October 7th. Started a war between Hamas and Israel. More than 1,500 have been injured, authorities said. They're going to play the sound of this. What is this?
It's okay, let's go. It's okay, let's go. Yes. So you go with this one. Okay. You go with this lady. I'll go with the other one.
So yeah, I think they're bleeping out parts of this too. To keep it from getting flagged.
It's okay, let's go. It's okay, let's go. Yes. So you go with this one. Okay.
Yeah, let me get off of that screen, because even though it looked like nothing, but the internet is not being very kind to that particular video. Is heavily censored online. Anybody who posts it immediately gets deleted and they get flagged. It goes against the narrative. So, all of you guys who are about free speech, regardless of what side you are on this, should be aware that they are heavily censoring many clips like that. That's just one example. Let's do this one. This is a lot lighter. Shit, I gotta check and see if I'm still fucking broadcasting, because that shit is really, they're really on that shit. Hold on, let me check, make sure I'm even still here. Okay, it looks like I'm still here. I didn't catch it. Let's do this. It says, Commissioner in Lubbock County, Texas, voted to outlaw abortion-related travel. 3 out of 5 all-male commissioners voted in favor of the ordinance. Commissioners in Lubbock County, Texas, voted to outlaw abortion-related travel. On Tuesday, October 24th, the Amarillo City Council will consider enacting its own law, potentially paving the way for a future vote by the council or the entire city. Lubbock and Amarillo are both intersected by major highways that connect Texas to New Mexico, where abortion is legal. So to try to make this understand, hold on, do they have more? It says on Monday, October 23rd, did I read this? October 23rd, commissioners in Lubbock County, Texas voted to outlaw the act of transporting another person on local roads for an abortion and the distribution of abortion-inducing medications. The ban will be enforced through civil lawsuits where private citizens can sue anyone for providing or aiding an abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. So, yeah, so this is one of the ways that they've been going about doing this. So it's like civil lawsuits. So, you know, this is kind of putting neighbor against neighbor, you know. That's kind of what they did during the COVID too, you know, neighbor against neighbor, you know, where you snitch on your neighbor and then you get monetary compensation for doing it. So that's your incentive. So you can feel like, oh, you know, I'm a religious person and I feel like other people shouldn't get abortions or whatever. So I can snitch on them basically and get paid. So yeah, so transporting another person on local roads for an abortion and distribution of abortion-inducing medications. So Lubbock, Texas. It says, since Texas 2021 abortion ban, Senate Bill 8, Texans have crossed state lines to get abortions. This ban targets Texans who have been traveling out of state to obtain abortions in states like New Mexico, Kansas, Colorado, Illinois. One of the things that concerns me about this is that, you know, if you go back to like the Civil War and you talk about states' rights or whatever, like you had the thing about slavery in one state versus another. And, you know, whenever they were expanding west and then they would make a new state, and the whole thing was, is it going to be a slave state or a free state? And it was like, it's going to upset the balance of slave states versus free states. That's how we ended up with bleeding Kansas and all of that led up to the Civil War. I'm afraid that this kind of thing is kind of similar, because you're going to have states versus states, because in some states it's legal, in some states it's not. And so then when you've got one state being like a sanctuary state or whatever, saying you guys can come here and do your abortions or whatever, and then the other state is like, no, they can't get abortions, and then you pass laws where they can't move from one state to another to go do the abortions or whatever. Not only are you pitting neighbor versus neighbor, you're pitting state versus state, and that is pretty scary right there. So I know that they're going to go down that road of pushing to get a nationwide ban for abortions, but until that happens, you have this state versus state going on related to this, and that could lead to bloodshed. It says, as of October 23rd, 6 cities and counties in Texas have passed abortion-related transportation bans. This is one of the many moves by conservatives to restrict abortion further since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. Texas already has many legal barriers to abortion. Abortions have been illegal in Texas since July 24, 2022, after the Supreme Court ruling Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization overturned Roe versus Wade, giving states the option to restrict or prohibit abortion access. Senate Bill SB 8 bans abortions around 6 weeks of pregnancy, even under circumstances of sexual assault and incest. House Bill 1280, or trigger ban, creates criminal punishment for doctors and providers of abortions. So yeah, so like even, you know, I saw a case where a doctor, they've already persecuted doctors for doing abortions, even if it was related to sexual assault, or in some cases it was health reasons. And because it was illegal to do the abortion in that state, even if it was to save the life of the mom, it's illegal, and the doctor can go to jail too. She can get persecuted. It's already has happened. So they gave the sources on here. Yeah, man, these crazy times we're in. Let's read a couple comments. It says, they can't stop someone from leaving the state. What are they going to do? Interrogate everyone who tries to cross their state border? Well, yeah, they can pull you over. They pull you over and they, you know, I don't know how they're going to figure it out, but I'm sure they could do like an investigation, interrogation of people. You know, it's just going to cause like a lot of chaos, you know. Interstate travel is good. You know, they already have the troopers and on the highways, you know, pulling people over left and right. It's already scary. You know, whenever I travel to Louisiana, a lot of times I drive to Louisiana. Coming back, I think I want to say that's when I always have troubles. Like I always get pulled over coming back from Louisiana. Once I enter into Texas, I always get pulled over every time. So it's going to be more of that. So basically, it's going to be people getting harassed. All the rest of us who don't have anything to do with any abortion or drugs or anything, you know, because we talked about earlier in the show about transporting migrants. So there goes another law that just came into effect where they can charge you with human trafficking if you have an illegal in the car with you. So boom, there goes another reason to pull you over. Like I say, it's just gonna end up being a lot of us getting harassed. It's a police state, y'all. I don't care where you stand on either one of these, the immigration or the abortion deal. Do you feel like you want to be harassed by the police and getting pulled over left and right so they can see if you have an illegal in the car, or if you have a woman in the car who's pregnant, on top of trying to see if you have drugs in the car or weapons? Like, God, fucking dystopian right there. Another comment says, why are they so hateful? Another one that says, all the people in these comments that are saying, I hope you go to jail for killing children is laughable. I wonder what they're doing for their homeless kids, the orphans, the children involved in the current war. Oh, but they don't care about them. They only care when it comes to a person wanting to make a choice about their own body. You know, I feel like a lot of people that are on this pro-life thing, you know, it's like they care about the kids when they're in the womb. Once they get out of the womb, then they don't care about them no more. It's like if they're homeless, they're living under a bridge, they're starving. It's the same people who want to cut the benefits to SNAP and WIC and healthcare for these, you know, these same people. Like, so like, you know, you better have that baby, and now you better find a way to feed it and to house it and all of that too. We're not gonna help you with none of that. Stop being a bum. Stop having sex. Keep it in your pants. Another comment says, absolutely effed. Abortion is healthcare. As someone who lost her baby too soon, the only way to protect my health was a medical abortion. Imagine dealing with this while dealing with loss. And this is what's happening too, over and over again. What up, Doc? Another comment that says, drop the babies off on the commissioner's doorsteps. Another one that says, can we start banning Christian travel yet? Another one says, it's embarrassing living in this state. I'm a Texan. I'm not embarrassed about being in Texas, though. But dystopian police state coming to a theater near you. Another one says, just say you hate the female population. Stop tiptoeing around it. Say that you want us either disadvantaged or dead. Another one says, fellas, it is illegal to have bodily autonomy and to travel. Another one says, it's.
Something
Go
I want
ahead.
to throw in there, talking about the dystopian police state. You got to remember, one side wants to stop you from committing certain actions. The other side actually wants you to monitor your thoughts and your speech. They don't want to control what you do. They want to control what you think and how you think about things. That is by far more dystopian to me than all the right-wing crap together.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with you. I have to say that we got it's horrible though, both sides. Two wings,
Absolutely.
one bird.
That's why I tend to make fun and I do take shots at both, because fair is fair. Like I said, I actually blame all this abortion problem stuff though on the left. They were told flat out that the Supreme Court decision wasn't going to work, wasn't going to stick over 50 years ago. And in 50 years, they did not put forth a constitutional amendment.
That's why they really support. They really like, it's that incrementalism. It's that fake ass, like, I can't really think of the words for it right now, but it's like one side is like, you got this Christian nationalism or whatever, this like religious like push, and then the other side you got like an atheist transhumanism shit going on. So like,
well, on the right, we got a problem with a whole lot of people that want to sit there and look at us and go, well, this is a Christian nation. And it's like, no, this is not a Christian nation. This is a nation of people that believe in God. That particular God was never actually stated by the founding fathers, because half of them weren't Christian. They were other philosophies, but they all had the commonality that there is a higher power, there is a God,
and they were really adamant about people having the freedom to worship the way they please.
Themselves choose which gods, not the state.
But now we're getting to this point where it's Christian or bust.
Well, it's always pretty much been that way. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of choices, and 90% of the you got to understand, the Bible is how 90% of the world learned to read. Seriously. I mean, it's how they were taught the common, we'll say the 10 Commandments, but we'll say common law too, which is basically what 10 Commandments are. I mean, that pretty much, other than the take the Lord's name in vain and no other gods before me, that's pretty much the same base laws of every society that's existed. Especially when you come to desert cultures and stuff like that.
Yeah, so believe it. Learning how to read, learn how to be a damn slave too. Let me read a couple more comments. It says this state keeps making strides toward a Handmaid's Tale. What's next? Another one, it says conservatives need to realize that Handmaid's Tale is a dystopian novel, not an instruction manual. Another one, it says
The liberals need to learn that 1984 was not an instruction manual.
Mm-hmm. Another one, it says, F that, I live in Albuquerque, and if anyone needs a ride from Texas, let me know. Another one, it says, they hate women till it's one of them getting a young girl, not their wives, pregnant. Another one, it says, I feel sorry for women who live in Texas and can't get out, so sad. So yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but we were talking about how you can't travel, transportation bans it says, Senate Bill 8, Texans have crossed state lines to get abortions. Hold on.
That's perfectly okay, whatever they want to try to say, because it's not going to hold up in Supreme Court in the long run. Because the bottom line is states are not allowed to put restrictions on interstate travel.
Yeah, but they're not restricting interstate travel. They're making it so where you can do civil lawsuits. So it says, Lubbock County, Texas voted to outlaw the act of transporting another person on local roads for an abortion and the distribution of abortion-inducing medication. The ban will be enforced through civil lawsuits where private citizens can sue anyone for providing or aiding an abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And I was putting this in the light with the other law. I don't know if you heard about it that just passed with Texas about you can be charged with human trafficking for having a migrant in your car. They call it human trafficking. It's like 3 new laws came out of Texas, and that was one of them related to my immigrants.
Well, crap, I better be careful who's in my car after I pull away from a Home Depot when I'm doing Lyft.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. That's the point I said, is to make everybody scared, because you may not necessarily be helping somebody cross the border or whatever, but if you have somebody in your car that is not legal, then you can be charged. It's not like you're checking everybody's ID who gets in your car. Let me see. Do this one. It says U.S. prepares evacuation plans for citizens across Middle East. It says Democracy Now! Posted this on Monday. The Biden administration said it's readying plans to evacuate hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens across the broader Middle East in case Israel's assault on Gaza provokes a wider war, including 600,000 Americans in Israel and another 86,000 in Lebanon. This comes as nearly 20,000 people across southern Lebanon have fled their homes amid escalating violence on the Lebanese-Israeli border. Armed fighters with Hezbollah and Lebanese groups backed by Iran continue to trade fire with Israel's army across their border. I warn the U.S. and its proxy Israel that if they do not immediately stop the crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, anything is possible at any moment, and the region will go out of control, said Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian this week in the news conference. Meanwhile, Syrian state television reports Israel's airstrikes hit airports in the capital Damascus and the city of Aleppo in northern Syria for the second time since Israel's bombing of Gaza intensified on October 7th. At least one airport worker in Syria was killed. Yeah, so they're like telling, they're sending out notice to Americans to get the hell out of the Middle East. Like, you're in Israel, Syria, Lebanon, to come home. Dangerous times. Some of these people are having real trouble getting out, especially if they're in somewhere like Palestine. You're screwed. Let's move on to this one. It says China has deployed 6 warships to the Middle East region. China's People's Liberation Army has dispatched 6 warships, including Zippo, a Type 052D guided missile destroyer, to the Middle East amidst rising tensions. These ships were part of the PLA's 44th Naval Escort Task Force and left Muscat on October 14th. This move comes as the U.S. deployed the USS Gerald Ford to advance aircraft carrier to West Asia. While several nations are evacuating their citizens from Israel, China has advised its nationals to depart using commercial flights. Chinese President Xi Jinping recently stressed the importance of establishing a sovereign Palestine state as a solution to the ongoing conflict.
not that that's not been tried and put out there several times, and PLO and Hamas just keep going, no, we're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do it that way. It keeps getting rejected. Matter of fact, I think that this whole Hamas coming up thing has got a lot to do with the fact that Israel has been trying to do peace talks with some of the surrounding Muslim nations. Just that, look, let's just stop this shit kind of talks. Not anything deep, world changing, but just hey, let's just chill on each other. And then sure enough, a few weeks after that happens, bam, and I feel bad for the people of Palestine. I really do. But at the same time, they keep allowing people to take control of their government that are basically terrorist groups. Oh, but we've reformed. Oh, okay, you reformed. Everything's going to be better now. We believe you. And then, bam, here we go again.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't think the two-state solution is viable at this point.
This is material which was
Let me play this.
one of those sadistic villains. It's Al-Qaeda material, official Al-Qaeda material. We're dealing with ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Hamas. This is what we're dealing with. And in this material, there were instructions how to produce chemical weapons.
It says it comes after serious holes were found in Tel Aviv's claims. Flaws with the claims, latest claims are being pointed out. Some claim the material was simply ripped from the internet.
And when you showed this blurred picture, I just had to double check it. I had to make sure that this wasn't printed out online. So you do your best to unblur it, and then you reverse image search it. And I came up with somebody else's PowerPoint, like slides discussing terrorism. This person's slides, Dr. James Forrest, where he discusses, what do you know, chemical weapons. But on slide 20, it has a similar image in the top left. When you compare it to this one, why wouldn't you want us to see what the evidence is?
African Stream posted this. It says Israel caught in another lie. Israel has made fresh allegations against Hamas, saying it's found Al-Qaeda materials on dead Hamas fighters, including instructions on making chemical weapons. The problem is that Tel Aviv's credibility isn't in great shape right now. The evidence it produced to back up its claims about the Al-Ali hospital explosion has had serious doubt cast on it, included by Channel 4 News investigation. And sure enough, the evidence Israel's now presenting to show that Al-Qaeda literature was found in the hands of Hamas fighters is already being challenged. Some say the materials look like they were simply printed off the internet, noting the similarity with an online book cover. Others have done a bit of detective work to show that one of the blurred images used actually came from someone's online PowerPoint presentation. Is that it? It says, of course, it's possible Hamas made a terror guide for its fighters by simply throwing together things plundered from various online searches. But do you believe Israel's latest allegations? Yeah. Let's see. What else do I have here? What is this one? Oh, this was the one about the last lady who flipped on Trump. It says, watch here, former Trump attorney Jenna Ellie crying as she meets the consequences of her actions, pleading guilty in a Fulton County election interference case.
Changing the results on behalf of President Trump should be pursued in a just and legal way. I endeavored to represent my client to the best of my ability. I relied on others, including lawyers with many more years of experience than I, to provide me very seriously. And I endeavored to be a person of sound moral and ethical character in all of my dealings. In the wake of the 2020 presidential election, I believed that challenging the results on behalf of President Trump should be pursued in a just and legal way. I endeavored to represent my client to the best of my ability. I relied on others, including lawyers with many more years of experience than I, to provide me very seriously, and I endeavored to be a person of sound moral and ethical character in all of my dealings. In the wake of the 2020 presidential election, I believed that challenging the results on behalf of President Trump should be pursued in a just and legal way. I endeavored to represent my client.
So yeah, the internet is eating this up. You know, this is the third person who was pleading guilty, who was co-defendants with Trump on the RICO case in Georgia. And taking a plea and also choosing to testify against him.
See, and here's where you turn around and go, well, since they're being paid to testify, that creates doubt on their statements because they're getting something out of it. I've always had some problems with that kind of law enforcement and that kind of flipping and stuff like that.
Yes, a number of people are saying the same thing. Does this one play the whole clip?
Me, who is also a Christian, I take my responsibilities as a lawyer very seriously, and I endeavor to be a person of sound moral and ethical character in all of my dealings. In the wake of the 2020 presidential election, I believed that challenging the results on behalf of President Trump should be pursued in a just and legal way. I endeavored to represent my client to the best of my ability. I relied on others, including lawyers with many more years of experience than I, to provide me with true and reliable information, especially since my role involved speaking to the media and to legislators in various states. What I did not do, but should have done, Your Honor, was to make sure that the facts the other lawyers alleged to be true were in fact true. In the frenetic pace of attempting to raise challenges to the election in several states, including Georgia, I failed to do my due diligence. I believe in and I value election integrity. If I knew then what I know now, I would have declined to represent Donald Trump in these post-election challenges. I look back on this whole experience with deep remorse. For those failures of mine, Your Honor, I have taken responsibility already before the Colorado bar who censured me, and I now take responsibility before this court and apologize to the people. Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court. As an attorney who is also a Christian, I take my responsibility.
Oh, I take responsibility, but you're dodging accountability. Oh, I didn't know better. I was told by people that knew better. Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wouldn't do it again. That's weak, dude.
Yeah, these people are weak. This is Jenna Ellis cries while giving a statement after entering a guilty plea, throwing Trump and Rudy Giuliani under the bus, says she wishes she had never gotten involved with the Trump election efforts. Too late now, buddy.
Coming soon, Jenna Ellis runs for Congress. Hey, look who our new state representative, or look who one of our new state Congress people are. And if you do good there, we might give you a shot at the national stage again.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of people are choosing, it's like Trump or bust, you know, and the Trump wing of the Republican Party has pretty much got the Republican Party, you know, by the balls.
Oh no, the reason that they pushed all of this now, when normally this crap takes a whole lot longer to get to court and stuff like that, was to discredit the Republican Party as a whole and divide them before the election. Because it's the only way they can win. Especially if they push Biden.
Yeah,
now, I'm not talking about Trump being the Republican candidate either. You know me. I think he's poison.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I don't think it's the only way they can win. I mean, like freaking the Democrats are weak as hell. Like Like, I don't think they have to do much, but yes, I think you're
That's
right
just
though.
it though. Against a divided Republican Party, they can't. If the Republican Party stands together like it has done over the last four years, Democrats are too weak to beat them right now. Problem is, your two main front runners for the Republican Party are both toxic.
But I think that
Trump and DeSantis, just to be clear on that.
I think that the Republican Party is fighting against itself, without any, without the Democrats interference or whatever. The Republicans are already kind of like, bashing themselves. This whole thing with the House Speaker thing that happened, that's it on display. And
No, House Speaker thing, you got to understand. Remember, we talked about this last week. That House Speaker thing is 47% standing strong and voting against whatever candidate. So it only takes a few of the Republicans to not agree to lock it out. And that's what's been going on. It's a couple of Republicans. It's not the Republicans. Because you've got the Democrats vote, and we saw that. The Democrats vote as a solid block.
Yeah.
And that's, like you said, that's almost half. What was it? Six votes was enough to flip it?
Yeah.
6 Republicans?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not that many, especially in a divided House.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why the Republicans are not strong. That's why they're keeping all of this questioning up right now. It's not just they're questioning it. You got the Republicans are now starting to question some of the 45 crap. And then you've got other ones not liking DeSantis. Kennedy dropped out, and that takes that's going to take about 1 full percent, maybe even 2% of the moderates, the ones that are a little more left than than everyone we've got right now.
Yeah.
And then you got the Ramaswamy guy running around, everyone going like, dude, are you the Beto of the Republican? Are you the red Beto?
Pat was just on the show, and he's like,
he insults Eminem.
Ramaswamy is his go-to. I think a lot of them are leaning. There's a lot of them leaning towards.
Dude, he got a cease and desist from Eminem because he uses.
I heard about that.
Lose Yourself.
Yeah.
In his warm-ups during his rallies, and Eminem's like, dude,
stop.
Whatever you do, don't sing my song in public anymore, please.
Yeah. Or I'm gonna sue the shit out of your ass. But look.
Worse, man. He's gonna spit some friggin' bars and destroy him.
Yeah.
He's gonna go Machine Gun Kelly on him.
Yeah, but I don't know if Eminem really has political power, if you will. But look,
I don't know. He got up in front of the Black Music Awards a couple of years ago and said, "Fuck Trump and any of the people that vote for Trump. Burn my records. I don't need you."
Yeah.
Hey, he's got a platform.
Yeah.
And the platform is enough. And God knows if he rips into Swami big enough, I'll be laughing at him.
It would definitely be entertaining, but I think
everyone knows, everybody in the music industry, the hardest core people know, don't mess with him.
Yeah, that's within the music industry. But look,
you will be. It don't matter. He's gone after people that weren't in the music industry too.
Check this out though. Look what eventually happened as far as the House Republican speaker. Did you hear about this? This guy here, he's a basically nobody. Like, I didn't know who the hell this guy is at all.
Like I said, I'm trying to stay away from this because all of it is distraction and crap, trying to keep you away from looking at who's running for president right now.
Well, who's the speaker is important.
They're doing their best to keep the Republican Party off balance.
Well,
as much as possible.
Well, they pulled this out. See, check it out. It says Tom Emmer has just received the nomination to be the House Speaker. This was done via a secret ballot. We can expect some Republicans to block this on the floor, but Democrats are now saying they will get Emmer over the finish line. And I want to say this guy, it's already happened.
But Democrats now saying there's half of the vote he needs right there. Oh, we like him. Watch them vote in full block for him.
I want to say it already.
That problem is the lockstep going on. There's everybody, united fronts, Red Rover, send your next victim right over.
Oh, wait, it says he dropped out 3 days ago. I thought he made it. I thought he made it. I was wrong. It says he dropped out after winning the House bid. Let's go to this right quick. I thought he made it.
Actually, Mike Johnson is the new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson. I was trying to see who the fuck. I know I saw somebody had did it, but I don't know who the hell is Mike Johnson. Let's play this right quick.
This morning, the House Republican Conference selected someone, Minnesota Congressman Tom, to be its new nominee for Speaker of the House. Moments ago, source tells CNN, Emmer was forced to drop out of the race.
Republicans have not been able to coalesce behind a single candidate among sharp divisions in this unprecedented moment. The House cannot act on any issue of national and international significance, including aid to Israel, until they resolve this crisis within their own ranks and this bitter infighting that continues to persist. Tom Emmer took a number of votes that did not sit well with members of his hard right on issues like spending and issues like raising the debt limit, on codifying same-sex marriage, on voting to actually certify the 2020 election and not overturn the 2020 election. And also a huge problem for him, Donald Trump came out in opposition to him, calling him a rhino, calling on his supporters in the House GOP conference to sink his bid.
This morning,
Yeah, so they did the secret ballot to get him in there, but that didn't even work. So what's the guy's name again who ended up being Speaker? Mike
Johnson. I'm working on sending you his wiki right now.
Johnson. Yeah, because I didn't know who the hell this dude is either. Like, basically,
he is the guy that in 2015 ran unopposed for the seat that got abandoned for some reason or another. I can't remember what it was, but I remember it because I only remember a little bit about it because he was another unelected representative. And that was a discussion I was having with people, was how many of the people up there had no one they were running against, or, the vote was so skewed one way or another that, it wasn't fair anyway. And that was without a discussion of gerrymandering, because we agreed to keep that out of the discussion. Come on, where is it?
I play this.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana.
Low profile no more. Louisiana's Mike Johnson.
Duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
Now stepping into the speakership after serving 7 years in Congress. Solidly conservative and to some, controversial. Johnson voted into office to represent a ruby red district in 2016, rising through the Republican ranks, at one point chairing the Republican Study Committee before joining GOP leadership, although not at its highest levels until now. The new speaker has the backing of former President Trump, who encouraged House Republicans to vote for Johnson.
I just want to congratulate Mike Johnson. He will be a great Speaker of the House.
But when Mr. Trump lost the election in 2020, Johnson was one of the key players working to try to keep the former president in office anyway, backing his election fraud lies.
We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution.
President Biden won the 2020 election, and so far this week, Johnson has avoided questions about his own election denialism.
Johnson, you helped lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results.
Johnson's an anti-abortion advocate and has introduced a proposal slammed by critics as a national version of Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. He also voted against federal protections for same-sex marriage. One LGBTQ plus advocacy group labeling Johnson Jim Jordan with a jacket and a smile, referring to the ultra-conservative firebrand. It's not clear that he has much of a relationship with President Biden yet, or with Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, all as he and his chamber face urgent issues like avoiding a government shutdown next month and sending additional funding to Israel. Johnson's rise to power, uniting a fractured party, signaling just where the conservative conference really is.
If you don't think that moving from Kevin McCarthy to MAGA Mike Johnson shows the ascendance of this movement and where the power in the Republican Party truly lies, then you're not paying attention.
Thanks for watching.
Then you're not paying attention. So the other guy didn't have Trump's backing, and this guy does. So this guy was, supporting Trump, and so it's like he get to become speaker. So then that's what it is. And I guess it was like that with McCarthy a bit, right? Because there was a bit of strife between Trump and McCarthy, right? So I know that you had Gates and the ones who were the Trump supporting wing of the Republican Party was pushing against McCarthy. So it seems like behind the scenes, Trump might have been the one who kind of made this happen, right?
That's your long walk that you just took us on, dude.
Hey, this is me speculating. I'm speculating right now. So, I mean, because that's what it's looking like to me. I mean, that it sounds like that's what Gates was saying.
But anytime Trump comes up in a conversation, it's automatically his fault with you, though. You're always looking at tracing back toward that. You never start from the what's going on. You always jump to, it must be Trump. It must be because of him. And it's like,
it's not a fault thing. It's more of a power thing.
I'm watching this. Like I said, there's two camps right now in there, and they're split on shit. And all the court stuff and things are going on is forcing that. He already said, hey, what, I could be voted House Speaker because it doesn't have to be one of them. He could technically be voted House Speaker, but he didn't. So I'm not going to blame anyone for anything or point foul until I actually see foul.
Yeah, I'm not even.
I'll tell you this, though. This guy is, I will say, yes, he's in that, he's in that, what I feel is bad for the Republican Party camp. Which at right now with D and T, the two of them, they do have 60% easily of the Republican Party, which is really sad because it used to be about 20% that they had locked tight. But the more shit they do to him in public and the more things that keep coming out and the more crap that keeps coming out unanswered and unacknowledged on the left, it's like, hey, where's our investigation here? Where's our stuff going on here? These investigations were started 4 years before he ever became president, and now you're going after him for something that went on then. Kind of like they worked 2.5 years to impeach Trump, and the impeachment was done for a charge that happened 6 months previous to the actual vote for impeachment.
Yeah.
You know, so but yet they've been working on an impeachment for 2.5 years. So he was already guilty. They were already politically working on it years ago. So, but yeah, this guy, he's too fundamentally fucked up.
Yeah.
He's got that stick up his rear end, which is not what America needs.
Yeah. Look at his face.
I'm
But
not
see,
even going to say anything about his face when he's got that blue ass toupee on.
but yeah. So, but if Trump dodges these, if he beats these cases, he comes out as Teflon Don. He comes out as Iron Man, and you know, and like you say, I mean, it's making him stronger. You know, and like I said, if he beats these cases, like he will be the next president. No one's going to be able to beat him. His popularity is going to soar.
That's only because they're going with Biden and Harris again. Nobody likes her, and nobody knows who's actually running the country with him up there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't think it matters if he beats these cases. I don't think they're going to be. There's no one. Who can they put up there to beat him at that point?
It doesn't. You know? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's really not gonna matter. It's gonna get, like I said, the powers that be right now are all up on the left. They got the lockstep on it right now. They've got the lockdown on this election right now.
Oh, I don't have that much faith in that.
Well, here's the problem. The only question about it is, well, like I say, not enough people actually. Do you realize how many people think that Biden is fit and healthy?
He don't look too good, and he's especially in his all his later. He looks even old.
He's had that freeze up too.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that's happening to a lot of upper politicians?
Yeah, they're old.
Okay, no, it's not just that. Now we know about it happening several times over the last few months with politicians. Now actually Google newscasters and celebrities freezing up in public. It's starting to happen a lot.
Let's read a little bit about this guy, Mike Johnson, because we don't know anything.
I'm glad Pat's here because we know where that would have started going.
So James Michael Johnson, born January 3rd, 1972, is an American politician serving as the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives since October 25th, 2023. It's crazy how quickly this thing gets updated, huh? A member of the Republican Party, Johnson is the fourth House term, having represented Louisiana's 4th Congressional District since 2017. Johnson is a graduate of Paul M. Hubert Law Center at Louisiana State University. Before entering politics, he came to some prominence in the late 1990s when he and his wife appeared on television to promote new laws in Louisiana allowing covenant marriages. Ooh. Johnson worked as an attorney in private practice and for Alliance Defending Freedom. He later founded Freedom Guard, a nonprofit legal ministry designed to represent Christian clients in lawsuits. Johnson was elected to the Louisiana House of Representatives in 2015 and served until 2017. Johnson was first elected to represent Louisiana's 4th Congressional District in 2016. During his time in Congress, he contested the results of the 2020 presidential election on the House floor and in court, supported bills that would institute a nationwide ban on abortion, and advocated for overturning the 2015 U.S. Supreme Court decision Obergefell, I'm tired, versus Hodges, which affirmed a fundamental right for same-sex couples to marry. Johnson served as chair of Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus of conservatives in Congress, from 2019 to 2021. He was vice chair of House Republican Conference from 2021 to 2023. On October 25th, 2023, following the ouster of Kevin McCarthy from speakership, Johnson was elected as the 56th Speaker of the House following 3 unsuccessful bids from other candidates. He is the first House Speaker from Louisiana and the most junior representative to be elected Speaker since John G. Carlisle in 1883. So yeah, so he's a junior representative who has skyrocketed into the position of Speaker. So what's interesting to me about this is that, as Speaker, you need to be able to fundraise, right? So you kind of need to be like popular, right? You need to be like, well liked or whatever. You need to be able to, get people on board, with your agendas and stuff. So, and he's a covenant marriages. What else did they say? He's against the represented Christian clients in lawsuits.
All I gotta say is Pelosi. Remember,
Yeah.
she was Speaker just recently.
Yeah, but
she's pretty unlikable too.
Yeah, she has her following.
Well, yeah, she can fundraise because she knows where bodies are buried. She can apply pressure.
Yeah.
Remember, she's one of the ones that added a 0 or 2 to their to their overall net worth during their time in Congress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know why she's in there, and it's not to help the American people.
Well, yeah, it is, because the more money that she can get people, get to her constituents, the more money she can tax out of them, and the more money that she can talk them into buying stuff that the companies her husband owns big chunks of.
Yeah. Let's do this one.
And I'm guessing civilian
I had a rough
life.
day at the office.
Wait, go ahead. What did you say?
I was guessing civilian life, the pills and alcohol aren't that good. Or, like I said, I think Nancy went to rehab.
Yeah.
I think that's where she's been, because when I saw her the other day when they played that clip of her, that was the most coherent and clean-eyed I have seen her in years. And this doesn't come from just being an asshole and blah, blah, blah. This comes from being a bartender for 25 years and looking these people in the eye and seeing it. She looks like she just got out of rehab.
She did look really clear-eyed, but they went through some really traumatic ass situations with her husband and so forth. That kind of thing can make you like wake up and smell the coffee a bit.
Also, a good excuse for her to flip out, then disappear a while, and her go to rehab.
Yeah, check this out.
There is a Republican primary for president still happening right now. And the frontrunner of that race had some pretty wild and notable moments on the campaign trail in New Hampshire. First, Donald Trump on his own legal jeopardy.
This is all Biden stuff, all of these indictments that you see. I was never indicted, practically never heard the word. It wasn't a word that registered.
Trump went on to compare himself to, of all people, Nelson Mandela.
We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason.
Just a reminder, Mandela spent 27 years behind bars for taking a stand against South Africa's apartheid system.
I had a rough day at the office today, darling. I love you very much. I got indicted. And next week I'll be indicted again, and the following week again, and then again, and again, and again.
There is a Republican primary for president still happening right now. And the frontrunner.
Yeah, so comments. What are you going to say?
And a funny thing happened on my way to the primary. I got indicted. pretty soon that's going to be a badge of honor, or like a Purple Heart for a Republican. It's like, I got impeached, I got indicted, and here I am.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I remember back in the 80s and 90s, man, everybody, you sneeze on somebody, they try to sue you and stuff like that. That's the way this whole thing's starting to look to me. Because even someone that looks at him and know he's done dumb shit knows that this is a fishing expedition. They know it was done at the time that it is just to deliberately mess with his ability to run. And heck, there are people still trying to go, well, we could use the constitutional amendment. They're using it to try to pull him off of the ballot in states, which, again, he's not convicted, so they can't legally do it.
Let's read this. It says, former President Donald Trump compared himself to Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in South African prisons before emerging to lead the nation out of decades of apartheid rule, as he railed against numerous criminal charges against him.
I know a lot of people that think 27 years in jail. Yeah, let's make him like Mandela. He wants to be like Mandela. 27 years in jail is a good start.
He ain't gonna make it. Let's read this.
Oh God, you're gonna clip that one, aren't you?
I don't know, maybe. Let's read
That's
this. It
gonna
says,
cause a riot with some of my friends. They're gonna go, "What the were you saying, man?"
yeah. It says, Trump, the front runner from the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, sought to paint himself as a victim of political persecution, telling a crowd of supporters at a Derry, New Hampshire rally, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason. Yeah. How do you up that, when you're saying I was indicted or I was impeached or whatever? Like, what is the up on that? It's like, well, shit, I actually went to jail. I was freaking
No,
extradited.
the next one is I got pardoned.
Yeah, I was watching a clip.
I got convicted. He pardoned me, and here I am running for president again.
I saw a clip where Kodak Black was talking about how Trump pardoned him, and they were asking him, like, if Trump asked you for $1 million, would you give it to him? And Kodak Black was like, yeah, man, without a doubt, like, without question, like, immediately I would, like, and I had forgotten about that,
What's the rules on that? Is he promising to pay me back, or am I just giving it to him?
I think the way Kodak Black was talking, he was like, he wouldn't care about any kind of stipulations related to it, because he pardoned him, like, freaking saved his life, like,
Oh, okay. Now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the rapper. Yeah. Yeah, Brave New Films posted this. It's got a clip at the top, CNBC. It says, Biden suggests he would veto Medicare for all over its price tag. I don't know how old that is. It's probably pretty old. Wait, it says it on here. Published Tuesday, March 10th, 2020. Yeah, that's pretty old. And then underneath New York Post, it says, Biden insists U.S. can confront wars in both Ukraine and Israel, most powerful nation in history. So
you can't launder the money if it doesn't get out of the country. Just
that's
saying.
Interesting. That's an interesting take on that. Comments on this, it says the vast majority of tax dollars already go to healthcare. Not sure we need to waste more. That is not true. Another comment, a lot has changed since 2020. Weird to use a quote from his previous campaign and ignore the actual policy of his administration. That's a fair comment. Like 2020 is like freaking a lifetime ago with all that has happened. Shit, the pandemic, the freaking, I mean, basically a lot has happened since 2020.
Dude, it's almost like, you know, kids of this generation are actually going through as much violent social change as we were through the 80s.
Yeah.
Because people don't realize we had our shit that they're all like, oh, this started while Obama was president, and goes, good job, people, your race riot that you started. No, dude, we remember the guy named Rodney King.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's when we started tearing shit up and burning shit down.
Yep.
And even then, they waited till the damn verdict before we rioted.
Yep.
We didn't just riot because we didn't like it, and it was shown on public media. Everybody saw that beatdown within what, 24, 48 hours of it happening because it got caught by public.
Yep. That was a big deal. I remember that shit really clearly. What was the quote that came out of that? He said, "Can we all just get along?"
We all just get along. Which, of course, I always translate to, can't we all just get a bomb? Say, you can't fight if you can't get up off the couch, right?
Yeah, man, that was a big deal.
Of course, back then we had our weirdos and freaks and emos and stuff like that, you know. And I keep sitting there trying to explain to people that the way I'm seeing a lot of these, and I'm not, again, not dismissing anybody or anything like that, but trans is becoming a trend, like emo. But the difference is nowadays you actually permanently mutilate yourself instead of it just being like maybe a few razor scars on the arms and a bad haircut. The consequences are much more powerful now than they've ever been. And then we're seeing people that we won't let drink, we won't let vote, we won't let drive cars, have the most to say about permanent alterations of their entire bodily systems. It's weird, man. Things are getting weird out there, dude. They're getting weird.
It really is. But check this out. It says Biden's $106 billion request subsidizes conflict and enriches military contracts. So it says a breakdown of the $105.8 billion spending request. So $30.4 billion goes to Pentagon stocks, arm industry subsidies, $25.1 billion military aid for Ukraine, $14 billion for economic aid for Ukraine, $8.7 billion military aid for Israel, $8.2 for U.S. border enforcement. This is important right here because earlier me and Pat was kind of arguing about the immigration thing. And I was saying, you know, Biden is putting money on the border, like he's, you know, saying that the Democrats are for open borders this flies in the face of that right here. $8.2 billion for U.S. border enforcement, and this is part of the package of what Biden is asking for right here. Let's
go. You gotta realize too that's to help fund the camps. That's to help fund the court processes. There's a lot of functioning network there that has to be funded too. That even with open borders, we're still going to be paying $4 to $8 billion a year on border enforcement because it's also customs too, which customs in your airport. TSA falls under immigration programs.
Yeah, well, either way, this is an increase.
Your entire TSA bill is in there too.
Yeah, but this is an increase. This is this is an increased amount. This is like special
from what? Increase from
special
what?
requests. I mean, I'd have to pull up the. I don't have those numbers in front of me. But this, just for the fact that this is a request, special request, it's already an increase. All of this. So let's
Yeah,
go down.
they need to have BlackRock build housing for the people that we've got down there.
Yeah.
Down at the border, they've got people, people on the other side of the border living in camps that don't have, that are able to cross now that the laws have changed.
Yeah.
They're having more problems keeping them. New York is literally said, stop, we can't take anymore.
Yeah. Let's go down this list a little more. It says 5.7 billion for humanitarian aid for Israel, Ukraine, U.S. immigration programs, 5.4 billion. See, there's more for immigration. 3.5 billion for refugee aid for Israel, Ukraine, 2 billion for military aid for Indo-Pacific, 2 billion for economic aid for various countries, and 795 million for other costs for Israel, Ukraine.
Now, remember, border enforcement and immigration programs are not the same thing.
Okay. So like
that actually should be split about half and half between the two of them. Because we need immigration programs to start doing something about the people that we've got here. First thing we need to do is go ahead and all those dreamers and all that stuff, kids that were raised here, never knew their own country, grew up American, speak American, even if their parents are complete and total illegal, they need to be just grandfathered. They're as American as most of us. Half of them couldn't survive if you sent them back home. That's like taking a third, fourth generation after slavery or a couple of generations after slavery and going, oh, we're going to send you back to Africa. That's not going to work. They wouldn't be accepted there. They couldn't hack it there because it's a different world from anything they've ever known.
Right.
We need to get those guys in here first.
So
we need to set up some sort of thing where we've got our migrant population, the ones that travel back and forth. We need to get them identified. Who's who? Where are you staying in America? Where are you staying? We don't care where you're staying. That's between you and wherever you're staying. But when you're here, we need to know that, just like we know about our own citizens, stuff like that. It's not difficult. It's not criminal, and it's not, oh my God, what the heck? It's just simple. We need tracking. We need to stop the overflow, figure out what our problem is, assess the situation, and then move forward from there. And you can't assess the situation when you're standing in front of underneath a waterfall. You need to step back to the edge of the pond, stop it. You need to set that dam and then figure out, okay, what is the best thing to do next? And of course, that's not stopping. When people say seal the border, and a lot of times the left, well, xenophobic, not letting anyone in. That's not letting anyone in. Think of it more like the little Dutch boy. We're not trying to seal. We're not trying to stop the flow. We're just trying to close up some of the holes for a while. We're trying to slow it down. It's like when your credit cards, where you hit that point where you've still got credit, but your monthly payments are now more than you're making. So technically, in a way, you still have money you can spend, but by spending it, you're getting yourself further in the hole because you don't have the money to cover your minimum payments anymore. That's what the situation is going on with the border right now. We got too many people coming in. We need to first stop, figure out what's going on. What are we going to do with the people that here? How are we going to respect and honor the legacy of the dreamers, or they were called that? How are we going to respect the people that have been here 4, 6, 8, 10 years, doing the right thing, the legal thing, the right way, and earning their citizenship step by step? They need to be honored too and respected because they put the work in that we now have people demanding just because they're here, they deserve. And it's like, we need to figure this out. We need to slow it down And we need to get the migrants and stuff. We need to let them back through and let them work, because that's never been an issue before, and it shouldn't be.
Well, the point of this post is they're talking about, it's like a giveaway to a lot of this money is going to go to independent contractors,
Yeah, this is where it's like, it's good to see all this money, but now let's see the next level of this chart. Pentagon stocks, arms, industry subsidies. What exactly is that? Who's it going to? And who's the stocks in the arm? Where are the stocks in the arms going to be going to?
Yeah, it's going to be my buddy. It's going to be my buddy.
I'll tell you, that first run of vehicles and all that stuff that we sent to Ukraine actually saved us money, because we sent them we sent them a whole bunch of surplus stuff that had been sitting around, having to be maintained in warehouses and places like that were actually costing us people money and all that to maintain them. So when we sent those over, that was a good thing for us, because we weren't using a lot of that, but we were spending the money to upkeep it. And we know that the only thing less efficient at spending money than the government is the military. So, and so it wasn't bad getting rid of a lot of that, but then they started contracting to get more. And we didn't really need any more. And so now we're contracting these new super vehicles and getting one for every 2 or 3 we're sending off.
Well, what's happening is that, they're making it look like they're, they are militarizing the border, but it's really just, money.
Oh, I'm talking about arms to Ukraine now. I went from there. I wasn't talking about putting guns and stuff on the border.
Yeah, well, that's what this post is about, and and so freaking damn, I'm losing my train of thought. It's like basically just like a way to make money. Like, people are getting rich off of this, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Independent contractors.
Yeah, I think right now would be a real good time to run military exercises for trainees up and down our borders, especially the southern border, because it's very similar to terrains that we may have to be in and send them to. And while they can have orders to not engage, they can run recons and patrols and stuff like that for training purposes. And then if they see anything suspicious, report it to the proper American authorities or Mexican authorities if it's on the other side of the border. And that's that. They cannot back up. They cannot engage. Even if they have to fight their way out, that's one thing. But if they get shot at, they should immediately retreat. Do not engage. But that's a good way to get some good live training for some of the troops to do that stuff before they get sent over somewhere. Just a thought.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, but no money for universal health care or student loan forgiveness. The U.S. is a failed experiment. Another one, it says, and nothing for the people.
It's all the way to America on those 2 items.
Another one, it says, and nothing for the people of the U.S. in need. Funny how weapons are more important than a basic level of food, shelter, and health care. One more, it says, I wish they made a chart like this highlighting the lost tax revenue by tax deductions given to the mega wealthy. Let's see. I wanted to go to the gun stuff. Hold on. Assault ban rifles, that one, and there's something else. Hold on. Let's see this right here.
But what bothers me, and I could literally probably count the seconds before an incident like this becomes politicized. And that part of it I never like, because that's not going to bring back lives. And then I always ask the question, when something like this happens, what is your plan? What do you do? I have a personal security plan. I train in mixed martial arts. I've been a big believer in the Second Amendment for a long time, with the prayer that I never would ever to use it. Maine happens to be a rural area where people tend to be involved in outdoor sports. So I would imagine a lot of people are going to have a lot of defense. What bothers me, and I could literally probably count the seconds before an incident like this becomes politicized. And that part of it I never like, because that's not going to bring back lives. And then I always ask the question, when something like this happens, what is your plan? What do you do? I have a personal security plan. I train in mixed martial arts. I've been a big believer in the Second Amendment for a long time, with the prayer that I never would ever to use it. Maine happens to be a rural area where people tend to be involved in outdoor sports. So I would imagine a lot of people are going to have a lot of defense.
So it says, on the heels of the deadly mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, Sean Hannity suggests his personal security plan, training in mixed martial arts, would keep him safe from a mass shooting. Says this is insanity. Yeah, it's kind of crazy talk right there. Yeah, that's kind of crazy talk. Let's read the comments. It says, I have a plan. It is effing bowling. If we live in a country that's going to a kids' party, require battle armor, scoping exists, and preparing a plan that is clear sign something is royally effed. Going to a mall should not require the illusion of safety by having armed guards watch your back. Strollers should not need to be made of Kevlar. This is effing ridiculous. Another comment says, mixed martial arts, what a plan. That's going to stop bullets from an assault rifle. Can he provide a demonstration? Would love to see Hannity's progress on mixed martial arts. Another comment says, also the part of it I never liked. What part of mass shooting does he like? Yeah, crazy talk. I'm going to use mixed martial arts. That's me prepared for the mass shooting. Let's see this one right here.
Things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed, I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put an end to these terrible shootings. In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery.
So Representative Jared Golden announced he is changing his policy against an assault rifle ban during a news conference held Thursday in the wake of the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine. I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put this end to these terrible shootings, he said. So apparently he had a different stance on assault rifle ban before. Now he's changing his stance as a result of
no law
shooting.
would have stopped. No law would have gotten this weapon out of this guy's hand. He's military.
Well, I don't know about
He
that.
had,
We talked.
he had access.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the show, and he he said that he was hearing voices to kill people or whatever.
He's a military reservist. He had access to the weapons. No law would have stopped him from getting his hands on automatic weapons.
Well, I get what you're saying, because we said that if he obtained the weapons illegally, then what way would they be to? But still, the argument I was making was that if someone is displaying instability in health, mental health.
Erratic content. All of a sudden, they came out with verbal where they had mentioned it from his thing, and they did force him to go to a psychological evaluation. He was ordered there during summer training in July.
Right. And then later on, he spent 2 weeks in a mental health facility. And, so it seems like we should have something in place to, yellow flag laws.
To make sure that anyone that goes to talk to a mental health professional has their firearms taken away.
Yes, if they're displaying mental health instability.
Bad one day, you go to a psychiatrist and you say, "I'm not feeling real good. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed." You now get your firearms taken away.
This guy said, "I'm hearing voices that telling me to
I'm not
kill
talking
people."
that doesn't matter. You are advocating mental health patients have their firearms taken away, and by doing that, you are going to have people avoiding mental health professionals. They're not going to go when they need to.
If it's somebody who's saying that I'm having voices that's telling me to kill people, then I think
Where's the line and who's going to follow it? You tell me either right or left who is staying with that line right now in this day and age.
Well, that's where you should have it in writing.
Who's using the line? Okay.
Have the proper language to say, if
now you're going to have people not talking about it and not getting the help they need and making it worse.
Well, this guy didn't get the help he needed. He clearly was.
Well, he was hospitalized twice, so you can't say he didn't get help.
It wasn't
you can't. This is one that you can't go both ways on.
Well, it clearly wasn't adequate help. I mean, and what I read a comment where it was this lady who works in mental health, and she said that a lot of times the reason why that 2 weeks was the number was because the healthcare coverage wasn't going to cover past those 2 weeks. So they probably wanted to keep him longer.
He has full medical coverage. He is Army.
Yeah,
here's where we're in an interesting situation where the rules are modified for the normal bullshit going on.
Okay. Still, you
can't use lack of money. You can't use wasn't put in there. Now, technically, we also have the military supposedly said something to the local police about it.
Yeah. They gave a report about him, saying that stuff about, hearing voices and wanting to kill people or whatever. Yes, they did. They made a report about that. What I'm saying is that, this, in our country, we have a lack of.
His unit had the local law enforcement pick him up literally and take him to medical evaluation. Command directed. New York State Police did it.
Okay. So this is a failure of our country dealing with mental health. like, you know, and it came out. He killed himself. Did you hear that part?
Yes.
He unlived himself. So this guy, I think he was like asking for help, like screaming for help, and he didn't get it, and it just shows that we don't have enough. What is the word I'm looking for? Like support for mental health services. Like we don't have enough. We don't care enough to deal with mental health here in this country. Like we don't put the resources. We don't put the people. We don't.
We still systematically shit on men that feel the need to talk to somebody about mental health, to the point where they won't even admit it to themselves. It's the stigma. Before we even start spending money, we need to get the stigma of mental health no longer be that crazy fucker.
Right.
Even if he is a crazy fucker.
Right. And a lot of the comments was really bashing the guy, like he was a scum and all of this. And like, I'm not condoning his behavior. What I'm saying is the guy needed help.
They're pushing the article that I'm following up on right now with ABC is really pushing him toward the right-wing conservative camp, and included conspiracy theory websites, likes on Joe Biden's secret documents, and COVID-19 and MAGA relate. I mean, they're tying him into it hard.
Yeah. Well,
they're going to turn around and make it all about 5.
And instead of focusing on the fact that he's like somebody who slipped through the cracks, clearly, someone who he's a victim too. Like the people he killed was a victim, and I'm not justifying his actions, but he's a victim also, and maybe if we was able to find help for this guy, maybe he would still be alive and all of those people he killed would still be alive.
One thing I like about what the said is, where is it? The main officials did not speak to a potential motive, but said they're looking into Card's mental health when asked during the press briefing on Thursday about his background and gun possession. I'm like, cool. They're not already going, oh, he was just a hateful red hat trying to kill people. They're actually, going, hey, they're actually saying we're looking more at the mental health angle than the manifesto angle of it.
And this one is like they can't avoid the mental health issues related to this one because, and whenever it's a shooting, they say, okay, the guns don't kill people, people kill people, and we need to look at mental health and da 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 da. But then I'm like, well, yeah, I agree with you. So, but then put your money where your mouth is. Where is the increase in funding or spending or whatever to combat this mental health issue?
Yeah, if we want that money, we're going to go have to pry it out of the cold, dead Ukrainian hands.
Exactly. That was well said. Let me read some comments. It says, when it hits near home, he's in favor of banning the assault rifles, but before, nothing, just crickets and thoughts and prayers. This is a comment underneath the ABC News post where the representative was saying he switched stances on the assault rifle ban thing. Another comment, it says, finally, how can anyone feel that an assault rifle used in war should ever be sold in a store in this country? What ID wrong with this country? What is wrong with this country? I guess that's what they meant to say. Another comment, it says, I could only ignore this problem across the country until my constituents dying in one forced me to change my stance so I can stay in office. Oh, well, politics, being a politician.
The chick up there, they've used swords in wars for thousands of years. She better not come for mine. Say, we'll be fighting. I would be happy for everyone to get rid of guns and go back to being able to wear swords.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Say, I might be older than I was, but at least I would feel safe walking down the street. I mean,
you
a
have to
lot
have
safer than I do today.
You have to have some skill to use a sword. You know what I mean? These.
Oh, believe me, yes, I know. I spent 20 years sword fighting.
Yeah, you need skill. So, it's
I'm not that great, but I taught a lot of people, and 3 people I taught went on to college, and 1 actually went on to the Olympics.
I'm gonna read a couple more. It says, "Yeah, don't give a ish until the ish hits home." Another one that says, "I see people criticize Congressman Golden for taking a stance only now that his community has been affected by gun violence, but the people of Maine are fortunate because in Texas, the massacre of 19 elementary school students and 2 teachers, there's not enough to soften the hearts of our elected leaders, Ted Cruz and John Corwin. At least Congressman Golden can empathize with the victims and use some common sense to ask for a change to our gun laws."
Hey, I believe they're talking about that mentally ill person that slipped through the school system for several years and should have been flagged. I mean, that's the one he's talking about, the shooting in Texas?
I think so. The
it's
one that they were.
Uvalde.
Is it the Uvalde they were talking about?
Yeah, that's the numbers from the Uvalde right there, the number of kids and the teachers.
Okay.
And they're talking about, oh, that didn't get them to change, but at the same time, they were talking about that, and they were talking about how the school system failed. They're talking about how the security guards failed. I mean, the security setup and system failed. I mean, there was a whole lot of failures going on those, all the way back to, how did this 18-year-old kid working at Subway get, $70,000 in vehicles, weapons, arms, and stuff like that? I mean, but beyond that, there's still the fact that, and the, what was it, the Tennessee school, the one where the girl went back to her old alma mater, or guy, or whatever that turned out to be. There's obviously something happened to her at that school that caused enough psychic trauma for them to have to go back. That's definitely a mental health issue too.
So that's where the money needs. That's where the focus needs to be. We have a mental health crisis epidemic in this country. And we're acting like it's not a thing.
It was a thing before they locked us all inside for a year and turned us loose on each other like some sort of giant political social Fortnite game, battle royale, to where everybody picked teams and sides and then began to eviscerate and destroy anyone that didn't agree with them, to the point where it practically turned into a second civil war. I mean, we have never had families divided more than we have right now since back in those days. We've never had people in the last 30, 40 years. Most of the people I know, even with crappy ass families, will go back for the holidays. Now it's like, I can't even sit in the same room with them because they're a Trumper or they're a liberal or whatever the excuse. We've never been more divided than we have, and they did it to us by locking us in together. How is that for psycho? How is that for psycho games?
And then I can't help but to think about drugs. People self-medicating. We don't feel comfortable to go to a therapist or to tell someone that we need some. mental health help.
Well,
So
remember, if we go to a therapist, even if we take it for an ache or a pain, if we smoke weed for purposes of medical thing, we are not allowed to get a firearm.
Really?
We're on mind-altering drugs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's just like taking Xanax or Valium or any drug that manipulates. If you do not have proper control of your emotions without medication, then you should not. That's what these red flag laws are coming. That's what the stuff here in Texas you can, but the red flag laws, the mental health laws, that's what's going to happen. Those are primary elements of it. And since 90% of the population is medicated either legally or illegally, that's going to be an easy way. Once those laws creep in and get on the books, that's the easy way. Oh, you pissed dirty. You pissed dirty on a marijuana test at your work, and since that was registered, they can now come and take your firearms. You get pulled over with a little white powder on you and stuff like that. Had a little bit too much of a good time. Last night. Have just a little bit. Bam.
Is that considered
Drug
a psycho?
possession. Oh, let's ban them from. Let's put them on the no firearm list.
So would it depend on what kind of drugs it is? Because like, would cocaine be considered a psycho drug or whatever?
Well, it's absolutely illegal. That makes you a criminal drug user. If you're a criminal drug user, you would not qualify to have a firearm.
Let me read some more comments. It says, until politicians are not bought and paid for by the NRA, it will never happen. Another one, it says, it's not the gun causing the destruction, it's mental health. Another one, it says, a ban on weapons while the U.S. is sending billions to help fund a war is crazy.
Do you know why they don't want mental health recognized as much as it is? Because it's a losing bet for insurance companies.
Explain.
Well, how many people are affected by mental health?
Like everybody.
If it becomes a medical problem and is therefore allowed on medical insurance, which we are all forced to have by the government or pay extra taxes, then what's going to happen to the insurance companies?
They're going to have to cover all of those claims.
Right. So it won't be a medical issue until it some way comes apart where the insurance companies won't be losing money. It's follow the money, remember?
Yeah. I hear you now.
Just like a cure for, okay, why insure mental health? If you're going to do that, you might as well cure cancer, right?
Well, you can't cure cancer.
Well, you know what I'm talking about when I say cure cancer. They can do it. Not every single form out there and all that, but all these diseases, big things, stuff they can cure about 60, 80% of it.
I get what you're saying.
Why would they do that? Why
you
would
want to
they
continue
do
to
that?
treat it. You want to treat it. That way you can keep on making them have to buy drugs and go to the doctor.
Exactly. And who controls how much gets spent and by who? The insurance companies.
Yeah, them motherfuckers, man.
So why add mental health to it if it's going to be a losing shot? Of course, if they look at it, that's if marijuana stays illegal, they'll do it. Because then they can funnel the pills to the insurance and launder the money that way. Yeah, take this, go down to Mexico, get this for $10 a box, or you can get it for $10 with your copay, and it only costs $210. The rest of it's done on your insurance, so don't worry about it. Oh, except by the way, just to let you know, due to cost of things, your insurance is going up 20% next year.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, just remember this shooter was another person the FBI was aware of and watching. He had known mental health problems. They let this happen. Another one, 564 previous mass shootings this year in the U.S., and it took the 565th to make him change his mind because it affected him, the absolute definition of selfish. Another one.
To let you know something too, there's only been about 220 mass shootings if you use the rules before Obama changed them. Just to let you know, there's a reason there seems to have all of a sudden been so many. Because the 44 era, I think they dropped it from 5 people to 3. So now anytime 3 people get shot or 3 people get hurt, it's considered a mass instead of it being multiple people. So one person, you know, or one situation that's not normally like that now gets lumped into it. And at the same time, we're seeing all these numbers, but we're not hearing about them. Why? Because it's drive-bys and gang shootings and stuff up in states that they don't want to talk about because it's not someone going in shooting defenseless people, or it's ethnic violence in bad neighborhoods, people killing their own people. And that doesn't matter to the rest of it, but it sure helps pump those numbers up.
Let me read this one. It says, never talk about real issues. So the gun has 2 legs and its own mind. What if it was a shotgun or a 9mm? Do we still blame the gun? He legally got the gun. Let's start with that. He illegally got the gun. Let's start with that. Yeah, the news story is saying we don't know how he obtained the weapon. So that does equal the answer of most likely illegally obtained.
Yeah, I mean, he, like I said, he's military. He has access, both on the market and black market. Just like if they're in one of the older biker gangs, they've got access. I mean, I'm trying to drop a little bit of reality for people out there that don't understand. It's not like a cryptic black market world of all things crazy, but you know, when you're in the military, been there, stuff like, you know, a couple people. You know, you've been in the food service industry. You may not do drugs or anything like that, but you know people. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, in any real life situation, there are people that are less scrupulous than others. You don't have to hang out with them or be their best friends, but you know who they are. I mean, you don't want to participate in it, and you don't want to get involved because, you know, the bad thing is you try to tell someone about it. What the cops want you to do is go in and get a recording of it. In other words, they want you to risk your life to do their job.
Let's do this one. I'm gonna have to get out of here soon. Check it out. It says over 100,000 Israelis have submitted gun license applications since Hamas October 7th attack, encouraged by government officials and new doubts about their country's security. So yeah, they've been passing out weapons to Israelis like crazy. They were already kind of doing it, but now they upped it huge. Like they're just passing them out like candy.
Their entire civilization, their entire country has 2 years of military service. They think, you know, a lot of people think American rednecks are going to be the ones that are hardcore, going to be hard to hold out with. No, every man and woman in Israel over the age of, I think, 18 or 20 without special dispensation is military trained. And special dispensation does not get you out of military service. It only puts it off for a certain number of contracted years. You still have to eventually go back and do it. I don't know if there's a payoff fee. I don't think there is.
Let me play this.
אתה יכול לשדרג פה ל-15 למחסנית שנקראת מייק שיפ? לא יוצא.
I guess I'm gonna have to read it.
We're inundated. Absolutely inundated. Telephones don't stop. People don't stop coming in. It's great. People are protecting themselves. It's lovely.
I thought it was going to be more talk. Wait, here we go.
עוזרים לאזרחים להתחמש בנשק אישי להגנה, עושים זאת בצורה מבוקרת.
It says processing of applicants can take mere days instead of months, and restrictions have been loosened to enable people to arm themselves quickly. It's time to be armed now in order to protect my family and surrounding if anyone tries to hurt us. I'm going to read it when it starts over. Israeli civilians are arming themselves in record numbers. After Hamas surprise attack overwhelmed Israeli security forces. After the incident of October 7th, I understood that I must protect myself. Since October 7th, over 100,000 gun license applications have been submitted, compared to just 42 in the same period last year. Each applicant must complete a firearms course to get a license, prompting many training centers to add additional daily classes. We're inundated, absolutely inundated. Telephones don't stop, people don't stop coming in. It's great. We're protecting themselves. It's lovely. Doubt about the Israel security services are not the only driver of demand. Israel's prime minister has joined other officials like far-right Itamar Ben-Gvir in encouraging civilians to arm themselves while also speeding up approvals. We encourage citizens and help citizens to arm themselves with personal weapons for protections during so processing of applications can now take mere days instead of months. Okay, so yeah. Al Jazeera posted this. Yeah, so the comments aren't very nice. Yeah, the comments aren't very nice. Yeah, so it kind of makes sense that they're doing this, I ain't gonna lie. You know, it kind of goes with the conversation we were just having. But you know, they have to, what did it say? They have to do they have to complete a firearms course to get a license. Do we have to do that here in Texas? Do you have to complete a firearms course?
We don't have to do that pretty much anywhere in America.
Yeah, so I think that that's one thing that's just one step that we can do to improve our situation here in the United States related to guns. You know, firearm safety, safe storage, you know, just being able to handle the weapon.
But we can't even pass a law where you have to have a freaking ID to vote.
Okay. As far as the weapons are concerned, I think it's a good idea.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a lot of good ideas and stuff like that, but I think an ID to vote's a really good idea. I think having an ID and stuff like that is a good idea in general. And while somewhat do agree. I've always thought of well, the Constitution guarantees us the right to arm and bear to possess and bear arms. By saying you can't have one unless you do that, turns it into a privilege and not a right.
I don't know about that because there's a certain amount of responsibility. There's responsibilities related to privileges. You know what I mean? Yes, or rights. Is a responsibility that comes along with having a right. There
rights
should be
are rights without any question. Those are not something that someone gives to you with permission. Those are things you inherently have as a human being. Because you live, you have a right. And in this case, it is a right to bear arms and defend yourself.
And you still have to have responsibility. You know what I mean? Like, with great power comes great responsibility.
You just shut down. In other words, we now have to shut down McDonald's and all the places that are making us fat and sick.
I don't think that compares.
Absolutely, because that is not responsible.
It's your individual responsibility.
It creates thousands and thousands of more deaths can be directly attributed to McDonald's than to firearms every year.
Yeah, but you chose.
Why can't we shoot? And you choose to shoot somebody.
And if you choose to carry a weapon, then you should have to know how to freaking carry the weapon. Like that should be common sense. Like proper training.
Now, like I say, I don't disagree, but it's not something you can put a gun to somebody's head and force.
I don't know about putting a gun to their head, but it should be.
That's what you do. Every time you make a law, it is backed by the power of the government and the firearms that they carry, which is the very reason the Constitution gives us the right, is when the government oversteps. That is part of it, and it is part to defend when the government can't or won't.
It's government is overstepping their bounds by, telling you should be responsible with your weapon. Like you don't teach a child how to build a bomb, and you don't give
right
a weapon.
Now you can't. Right now you can't even teach them what bathroom to use. Thank you, government. I'm telling you that government control is bad. And I'm giving you examples of what happens with government control. You are talking about turning a right into a privilege. Just like you quite often argue turning the privileges of a third world country, of a first world country, into human rights. The difference being when it goes beyond you, it's no longer a right. When someone has to have something taken from them or things like that, it's no longer a right. It's a transaction, and if taken against their will, is either gun to the head or slavery, depending upon how far it goes.
It's about responsibility. Teach. These are two simple things you could do. One is they have to have training, and then
the government is not allowed to take that right to bear and to protect myself away from me. So we can do a lot of things we can work on, but it is a right that we have to the government. That is part of our Constitution.
You have to get proper training to drive a car because you can injure other people.
Do you have a right to have a car, or is it a privilege to have a car? It's a privilege. It's not a right. Every person who exists does not fundamentally have a right to transportation. They do fundamentally have a right to bear arms enough to defend themselves.
How can they even defend themselves and they don't even know how to freaking handle the weapon? They don't never had proper training.
who are you to take it away from them? Are you the one that's going to defend them? And the first one that dies under your care becomes your fault, isn't it? Directly.
I really don't see how you can make this argument. That's insane.
Like I said, it's a constitutional argument, period, end of statement. You are attempting to turn a right guaranteed by our Constitution into a privilege, and that violates constitutional law. Mind you, this whole time, I agree with you. I think that people should have basic firearms training. And you notice where people can carry firearms, there's countries where they can carry firearms, and the citizenry has a reasonable amount of firearm training. There are also not that many shootings and stuff like that. Problem is, we've turned it into pop culture. That's the real thing. It's now shock and awe. It is now glam. We have romance traumatized people so much that it is the best way to get a statement out. It's become the cool way.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this. And when they manipulated the numbers on what defines a mass shooting, like I said, it doubled or tripled the number of what we consider that. There's been a couple of shootings that have been all over the news that would not have been considered mass shooting. It would have been considered a shooting incident. But at the same time, like I said, the 21-year-old guy and the 9-year-old kid that did the drive-by and shot up 7 people, no one heard a freaking peep about that. You wouldn't have heard about it unless I said something, and the whole time I talked about it, you kept trying to go, well, that's not what they're talking about. And I was saying that's exactly what I'm saying. They don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Only things that can bring up gun control. Only things that can get the gray area started. Only things that can galvanize and separate people and their ideas to where if we can't agree on this, we can't agree on anything. I don't understand how you can think that way, like what you said to me. You said argue that way or argue about this, but that's exactly the attempt that they're trying to do. I cannot get my mind around that.
I can't. And I got to get out of here because I'm at 6 hours. I'm way over. I shouldn't have been on here this long. And my brain is barely working now.
Sorry, I showed up and started talking shit again.
Yeah, I was probably about to get out of here right when you got on. Anyways, I got to get out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I got to go. Peace.